Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where Group C is about to get underway. 2 sessions of darts to bring you today. That's after Group A was completed at the end of yesterday, and what a group it was. Daryl Pilgrim smashing the record for the highest average here at the Super Series, hitting a 9-darter along the way and going on to win the group. He's in finals night. The remaining 11 players now battling it out to join him, starting with 6 this afternoon. And here who is in action. Tony Wood returns to the Super Series ahead of a battle for the ADC North East title match on Saturday night. Will he also be playing for the Super Series title? Dom Taylor is looking to climb to the top of the tower in Group C. He's widely fancied to do some damage this week. Niall Cullerton found it tough going in Group A, but he's starting from scratch and has been a danger before, so could be again today. Arjan Konterman is playing the best darts he ever has in the Super Series. Can the Dutchman book his place in Saturday's session? Justin Smith has been hit and miss this week, but he has taken the title before. And local lad Charlie Large completes the lineup in Portsmouth, and he'll be looking for more big stuff like this. Yeah, nice big fish finish from Charlie Large. Last time he was here. Glenn Durrant alongside me has been watching the action all week. Group A, I mean, it was one of the best Group A's we've ever had, but that's kind of down to one person in particular. He's out of the way now. How about the rest of the players in the next couple of sessions? Yeah, like I said, it was a really good group here, and Daryl Pilgrim, boy, did he come to the party. He was fantastic. And I've just been sort of looking at the fresh players coming in compared to the players coming down as well, and I think the guys from Group A have got a real chance. I really like Konterman. I think he's been absolutely superb, but looking forward to the fresh players coming in. It should be a very, very tight Group C. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the bookies have seen things in this group when you consider that the turn and fortunes really, like the Konterman who you mentioned, who probably usually an outsider when he comes here, but played really good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I expect Dom Taylor to be a favourite because Dom Taylor's a real class act. I mean, he's a type of player who I believe just underachieving a little bit. He's got unbelievable ability. Justin Smith, which one are we going to get? And like I said, I just think the value of the two in the middle there. I'm a big fan of Tony Wood. It's just a shame he's a Geordie. Well, you say Justin Smith, which one we're going to get. The bookie's still gone with him as second favourite, but Dom Taylor's the one they're going for the favourite for this group. And I totally agree with that. He really is the real deal, Dom Taylor. He's got a big, big future. But like I said, talent, I've said it many times, it's just 50% is what it's all about. There's a couple of players there, very maverick is the words I've used today, but the one who's very, very much focused and playing to a great ability is the guy there, a 3-1 in Arjan Konterman. Yeah, and Charlie is the large outsider. That'll be the first of many large puns today, although not when he plays Tony Wood later on. Right, just guiding you through now the way things have gone this week at the Super Series and the breakdown of the groups. We mentioned Daryl Pilgrim through. We've just shown you the odds for Group C, but tonight Group B getting underway, and that looks like a belter. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a real Group B. I'm surprised to see David Prinz is travelling from the northeast today. That might be something to take into consideration as well. And he's not playing regular darts, David Prinz. I will sort of chat about what he's doing there. Rob Collins, you know, he's been here so many times. I really like Matty Dennant in this group. And again, Scott Taylor is a guy I've sort of promoted many times. The surprise to me has been Denny Aldercoulter. Once again, that looks a really exciting Group B. Yeah, that group getting underway from 10 p.m. tonight, both here on the Super Series YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff TV. But focus on this afternoon's 15 matches now. And we've put together a bet builder again for you to have a look at, for you to assess. Glenn, what do you make of this? Yeah, I do like them total legs on because I think it's going to be a really tight group. I mean, Charlie Large is somebody I've sort of been chatting to. He's a kind of 18-year-old I'd like to work with long term. It's a big ask for him again at 18-year-old in this group, but he's got a chance in that one. Again, the middle one there, big one for Konterman because it'll be the 4th time he's played Cullerton. And at the bottom again, the legs handicap, Dom Taylor is the class act of this group against the rank outsider, Charlie Large. The big difference in this group compared to Group A and even Group B, because of 3 players going through, is you have to start well, don't you?
Absolutely, and I think that's where Niall Cullerton is. My thought process goes straight to him there, because he's been looking up so much this week. The fact he's on 0 points is something I said to him. That must be your motivation. If you can open up with your win, you know, the week changes. But he knows that he's been here at the MODUS Super Series many times. Maybe that could be a big factor.
Yeah, he plays Tony Wood in the first match. Charlie Large, Justin Smith, then Dom Taylor, Ian Conterman. I think that third game, Taylor Conterman, could kind of determine how things start to go for that pair.
And I think the two players that potentially will qualify there is going to be in that game 3. But like I said, there's some good value in Tony Wood, some good value in Conterman as well. Yeah, I can't wait for it to get started.
Right, that's enough talking from us. Well, at least from me, because Glenn's going to head down to commentary for this first match, Wood against Cullerton, where he will join Henry Deacon.
It is time for Group C. Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good afternoon, everyone. And so, after the perfection of Pilgrim in Group A to seal qualification in a clamour and a style the like of which we've never seen before, for the rest of the 11 combatants, it is a case of try and follow that. Well, Tony Woods stands out, doesn't he, in that fluorescent shirt. He's going to be competing for the ADC Northeast title belt on Saturday. But he kicks off his Super Series campaign against Niall Cullerton, the Republic of Ireland World Cup captain, the 36-year-old from Kilkenny. It's been a week of trials and tribulations so far for the Irishman.
First. Game on.
What can he do here? Owen Binks is your referee for this afternoon's action. Glenn Durrant is alongside me in the commentary box.
Yeah, great to see Tony Wood. I mean, it has a real Northeast flavour today with Dave Prinz also playing tonight. People say that the Northeast is a real hotbed. Well, arguably Tony Wood is our #1 in the area right now, which is great for Tony. He's been around a long time, and to see him playing so well. And just a really nice guy. I've really enjoyed his company the past 24 hours, and he's really excited to be here. Had a fantastic MODUS Super Series debut last time. He's got his Northeast title match with Dave Prinz on Saturday.
60.
But like we've just alluded to on there, for Niall Cullerton, he starts on 0 points, Henry, and it's been a tough Group A campaign. He did bring out a few more 180s yesterday, some 100-plus finishes, but did average for the day under 80. And more importantly, he was sort of holding his arm at times as well. So whether there's a bit of an injury there, so be interesting to see how he plays today.
Well, I can give you a little bit more of an update on that, because I have been speaking to Niall this morning in preparation of his games, and he has got some padding. He has got some stuff on that right arm, suffering with a reoccurrence of a previous injury, which has not helped his campaign over the course of the last few days. And so he is just trying to do everything possible to try and keep himself in the best possible condition to play. And it's not easy, is it, when you're nursing a little bit of a niggle, to try and find what's the right course of action was in the middle of a tournament.
Yeah, like I said, the MODUS Super Series, not only just physically, it's on the mind as well, 5 tough days. But like I said, Tony's opened up very slowly.
60.
And like I said, for Narco, if he can just get them 2 points on the board, all of a sudden you don't start feeling them issues that you have on the arms, shoulders. It's weird what sort of winning games can do. But Tony Wood has been using them darts designed purely by himself with his sponsor as well. It's similar to his old dart. Been using for about 5 months, and I just had a feel of them early. They were felt really, really good, and he says he's in really good shape. He hasn't opened up very well in this match so far, but
60. Tony require 141.
It could be a good value bet this week, Henry.
141 for Wood. He's not going to go this time, but he has got the luxury of time to take out the conversion and to take the opening leg. 15 games. There's going to be quick fire action on Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge. 6 games of you on YouTube between now and 3 p.m. before we then join viewers on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 until our culmination, which will be around about, give or take, 6 o'clock. Then we'll be back from 10 p.m. this evening for all the action in Group B. But for the first leg of the day, Tony Wood wants double 18.
Yeah, a real settler this will be. The scoring power wasn't there, but the back end of that leg, that 140, 105 and 36 in one dart. Tony Wood looks like he's settling. He was very early on the stage, wasn't he, Henry?
First. Game on.
He was up there and just acclimatising to himself, whereas Niall's been there for 3 days. But the difference and the point I want to get across is When you get
Hey,
used to a board and a stage setup, does it bring back bad memories? Because the past 3 days were difficult for Niall. He's going to be using his experience, and we've been chatting to him. Everybody's on 0 points now. He knows the importance of that game.
41.
Interesting enough, there's a real reduction in pace already in this match. Group A was just full of extremely fluent and quick players. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for Niall? Just giving himself that extra 2 or 3 seconds stood behind Tony to strategise. You can think about your plan of action.
These are your kind of darts, aren't they, Glenn? The old methodical pace?
I think so. I think even at my best, I was playing at the pace that Tony's playing now. You get criticised for being a slow player. I wanted to be quicker. And it goes back to I remember a very old game in Super League, and someone came off and said, you only beat me because of how slow you were. But I didn't have a clue I was slow. I understand. But yeah, I was very much around the pace of Tony Wood. So if you've been with us Monday in that unbelievable group there, that isn't just about super quick, unbelievably fast players. You've got to be very versatile if you're going to win the MODUS Super Series this week, and you're going to come up against slow players. And interestingly enough, the other North East player, David Prinz, also very, very methodical as well. So there must be something in the water up north.
I know we have a lot of banter about it, Glenn, when we're sat together in the commentary box, but did you feel sometimes that people may have not attributed your successes in your career because of the fact that maybe the tags that were sometimes labelled to players that didn't quite have the same pace?
Oh, yeah, I was called a fat elephant, I think, by Gerwin Price, because he said when I used to walk by, as Tony Wood's doing now, people said, and I used to wear dress shoes. Again, my age, I wouldn't wear a trainer like many would. And so,
60.
Yeah, I've been called, and Michael van Gerwen famously called me names boring and slow. I think that's where the label of boring does come from, which very much like the Steve Davis interesting. I sort of use that as a positive to me. And I do think part of the problem is I tried to speed up.
46.
I didn't want to be labelled as that really slow, boring player. Because now you've met me, you know how exciting of a person I am.
He likes his garden shed.
85.
Yeah, there's that lateral drift there for Niall. Subconsciously, that can get in your mind as you're throwing darts. Something he needs to figure out. This is a game he can win. He knows that. As Tony Wood needs a treble or two. Another one of them would be nice.
140.
Does that make him favourite?
No, you require 96.
What has Cullerton got here with a 96? Remember, this is to save throw. He's going to have 2 in hand, a double 18.
60.
But doesn't go, isn't converted, and so
40.
Wood to double his advantage.
Yeah, for a 2-0 start for Tony Wood. Double 18 first start last time. Like I said, just taking his time. Coming down and down. Got to be aggressive.
Game shot on the second leg.
Aggressive he
Tony
was.
Wood.
2-0 to Tony Wood. Not spectacular, but for Tony Wood, just getting the 2 points on the board. He's too old school to be panicking about 122 averages at this point. He knows just to get himself on the board, and would be a big statement also. I'd like to see that release just a little bit smoother. I've been watching Tony and getting good reports.
140.
He absolutely loves all the Middlesbrough lads when he goes. He's doing a lot on the ADC circuit. He's top of the North East chart as well. And he was saying yesterday, he said, the boys from Middlesbrough, he said they all start singing my name when I walk in. And I think he's really enjoying this in his career again, because he was really, really good player, Tony, 80s and 90s, and seemed to go quiet round about the period I started playing, 2010, around that area. But like I said, right at this moment, he's probably the best in the North East.
Well, in fact, if you go nationally, his ranking in the ADC is number 2. 747 points to his ADC United Kingdom ranking, a yearly average of just under 92. In fact, only Adam Mould has more ranking points than Tony Wood in the year of 2023 in the ADC
140.
rankings.
Yeah, it was great to see Rob Grundy come on. I don't know where he is on the rankings, but just talking about players coming through from the North East. Now, Robert Grundy was somebody who won a challenge tour last week. Even at my very best, when I was going back to the odd game at Super League, Rob Grundy was beating me.
180.
That's 180 of the day. Now, cutting it 3 yesterday. That's his 6th of the week. And that's what he's going to do because Tony Wood's beginning to be a big favourite for this match right now. Again, similar to the 180 last time. You're looking at least a treble 20.
60.
Have a listen to this. Tony Wood's legs difference in all ADC events in 2023 is plus 231.
And what I would say, it's a different game, though, Henry.
137.
When you get on that stage at the MODUS
116.
Super Series, as you've heard it a million times, how many people have got a floor game and how many people can play on a stage? And for me, right at this moment, that's the best amateur stage to be playing on. You know, the feedback from every player that comes here to the Live Lounge at Portsmouth
60.
is that this is the place they
Now
want
you
to be.
require 80.
Well, Niall Cullerton, it's probably not the place he wanted to be this week. It's been a difficult week. He needs to get his group's campaign up and running. He's got one dart at tops.
60.
That was a long, long way away.
Tony require 56.
Chance for Wood, who's been good on the outer ring so far.
Tops for Tony.
Game
And
shot
that's
the
his
third
award.
leg.
He's 3-0 up.
Tony Wood.
Yeah, it's not a word we use, is it? Experience an awful lot this week, but like I said, it's a real
Fourth leg, it's 9
characteristic of Tony. I mean,
Game
there's nothing he hasn't seen in the game. And right at this moment, my assessment is if he gets down to a double, it looks like he's going to get it.
As for Cullerton, well,
140.
he's going to have to complete the great escape. And 3-love down to 4-3 if he's going to win.
He's had a few issues on the bullseye this week as Niall Cullerton. He's very, very good in the centre of the board, he said. And
59.
just in practice, I heard this roar from the production team because he went on his knees in practice and smashed the bullseye in. So he come to me when Glenn, I've worked out how to hit the ball. I said, tell me about it. I said, I heard the team all
60.
screaming and shouting about it.
When we say team, there's only really one culprit one there.
Say a note.
96.
Once again, a fantastic last start there from Tony. Just keeps him interested in this leg. That 140 star from Cullen makes him a favourite, but that's that lateral switch. He's frustrated him this week. Very flat, them darts.
41.
I'm not so sure if it's a grip thing or his setup that he has, but they're not going in ideally for my liking. See, for that dart that Tony's doing there, that's begging for a treble, the second one.
140.
As you were saying, Glenn.
And third. Cullerton. He said he knew the importance of this first game. Do you worry if this doesn't go
100.
well?
Well, he's got Charlie Large up next and then Constman the game after. I think that game with Charlie Large could be absolutely huge, ironically, for the pair of them. He's in action up next against Justin Smith. And it may not be too far away now because Wood has left himself on double 16 after 12. And Cullerton, well, he's going to have to take this 160 out to harbour any hopes of anything in this particular game. And it's not going to happen for him.
55.
And the man from the northeast, after
Tony
12
Roquan,
darts, has left
32.
32. He's been fantastic on the outer ring. That's been the real success of his game so far. Double 8. This is tricky.
No score. No, you require
So it
105.
presents Cullerton of another chance of the 105 to bring a leg on the board at least. And he went for the bullseye. Perhaps not a surprise. We know how much he likes that particular target.
Should have gone on his knees. He realises now.
There should be treble 18, double 16. Doesn't go, and so Tony Wood is back for a 4-0
97.
success.
Tony required 32.
No messing about this time. Look at the focus in the eyes. Never taking his eyes off. Double 16.
Game
And it's a
shot
whitewash
and the
win for
match.
Tony Wood, the man from the
Tony Wood.
northeast. It was a glorious start, a difficult task for Niall Cullerton. He knew the importance of that first game. He had a tough Group A campaign and not the way he wanted to start. For Tony Wood, quite simply, it was about getting on the board to get the averages there, really. The they're not going to get the headlines there, but Tony Wood starts with 1 win out of 1. He'll be chuffed to pieces with that. As we see Charlie Large up next against Justin Smith.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Tony Wood get the better of Niall Cullerton by 4-0. Coming up next, we're going to see Justin Smith, the bearded dragon, in action. He was a part of our Group A programme. He takes on, well, that man there, Charlie Large, the 18-year-old from Portsmouth, former WDF World Youth finalist at the Lakeside. Lost out to Bradley Woods in that particular final. As for Justin Smith, well, he won a Challenge Tour in 2022, looking to replicate that kind of form here this week, which you've seen in patches, but not consistently enough.
I think we were both surprised that on day 2 and day 3, you know, despite him looking like he was playing very well, he was still averaging just shy of 86. I mean, Justin Smith, for me, is underachieved so far this week, but, you know, it doesn't surprise me based on what he told me first thing on Monday.
100.
The fact he hadn't gone to the Challenge Tour, hadn't practiced before coming here, and that has to be taken into consideration. But I said many times he is the type of player I believe should be here on Saturday night. I think he will benefit from the fact that everybody's starting on 0 points. He could dominate this group. That's how good Justin Smith is. Like I said, I never doubt his ability, Henry, but I do worry about his mindset. But he showed me enough this week that, you know, the game is there somewhere.
96.
And I sort of hesitated there because one thing Charlie's saying is he's just dropping under that treble 20 every dart. And I said subconsciously you've got to try and get that out of your mind, Justin. Otherwise you'll, Charlie, otherwise you'll just continue to do that. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye on.
Well, Justin Smith's almost like the Jack Grealish of darts. He has this maverick flair about him, this natural ability that oozes from his body.
And never leaves that treble 20 bed, even when he covers it like he did with the first dart.
95.
Lovely set-up player. Fantastic first leg here from Smith. This is a tough ask from Charlie. But even in the highlight retail, he did have a 170 last time he was here.
96.
He's not afraid of a big finish.
56.
Justin Smith will be options of treble 10 or bull or even treble 14.
54. Charlie required 58.
So for a 1-0 lead, should get 2 at tops. He's not. He's missed the big number. And so it's only going to be 1 in hand.
18.
And it goes just
Justin
above the
required
wire,
12.
and so Justin Smith gets another go at double six to get the break.
Game
Break
shot
accrued,
the first
1-0
leg.
Justin Smith, 17 dart leg. Charlie Large should have had 2 opportunities at tops. Only got the one in the end. That came and went, and
Second
Justin
against
Smith
Justin
takes
to throw
advantage.
first.
Last dart
Game
in hand to take a 1-0 lead.
And I think he's a real confidence player, Justin Smith. And even just getting this win under
58.
his belt, you know, he's a kind of player who then could go on a run. And for Charlie, he seems to have his own demons. And there's that dart under the treble 20, meaning you've got to go
93.
down to treble 19s and 18s right across the board, which that last dart just keeps him interested. But it is a concern for him.
26.
Without giving too much away, I would just create a second treble above it, exactly there. And that being his target,
58.
always create a bigger target area on the dartboard rather than focusing on smaller targets, if that makes real sense. And if you're going to miss
81.
big.
So it's been a little bit of a change of equipment as well from the last time he's here. Looks like the barrel's the same, but maybe just a little bit of a change with the
140.
stem and flight combination. We saw him here. He came in as a reserve player, backup player at the
100.
end of week 12 of the previous series, and came in for a couple of days. Didn't qualify for Group C in the end. This is actually his third appearance here, and each and every single one of them have been via this particular
100.
group.
Yeah, I'm liking his darts now. Like I said, it could have been a tough day. It just seems like his responses were
58.
quite negative to
Require
me. And
110.
the best way to forget what's going on is just to focus on that target area. Treble 18 or bull. So 72 left, so options.
98.
Cracking last dart there. Lovely leg of darts from Charlie Large.
$140. Charlie required 12.
So double six. That was what won Justin Smith the first leg. He goes inside on the freeze, and so Smith's going to
No
get an
score.
opportunity here to double his
Justin required
advantage.
38.
And Large has had the chances in both legs to get over the line. A split, but no hit.
24.
Yeah,
Charlie
one from
requires
6
12.
on the outer ring. Apart from that, Justin's had his scoring phase has been there. Charlie can't mess around no more. He's got to be aggressive like he was last time. This is very, very difficult.
6.
But Justin Smith, Henry, his opponents
Justin,
were
you
hitting. He
require
wasn't getting
14.
these chances in Group A.
There's an air of, oh, was that in?
Game shot
That's
the
in.
second leg.
That's 2-0 to Justin Smith. And there's been a real air of tentativity around the plays so far today.
So look, it's Charlie to throw
Smith
first.
2-0
Game.
up, but Charlie Large has had darts in both of the legs so far. It's been a nervy start for both to this encounter, it has to be said.
93.
Yeah, it's just the way he's pushing that dart through. It's as if he's only thrown a dart about 90%, Charlie. Even his grip,
59.
when he's messing about with the darts before he's throwing. If you watch a lot of action going on as he's about to throw a dart there.
96.
I would think he needs to sort of simplify that down. But look, 18-year-old, and here he is at the MODUS Super Series. He has to see the positives there. He doesn't
100.
need to be too hard on himself. You're learning on the job. I wish I'd have got these opportunities at 18.
60.
In 1842 before you say it.
BC or AD?
100.
It took you a while for that one, didn't it? It might sound crazy what I'm about to say, but I think he's aiming for the
59.
target. Madness?
Just describe what you mean by that for those who may not understand at home.
180.
It's a bit like an aeroplane landing, the way Charlie's, and for me, it's just not given the height of the dart. And every single time, sorry, not every single time, most of the time he's going low.
57.
My
Justin
my
required
advice was
62.
just give it a little bit more height of the dart. We'll look at this leg first. It's double 16 for Smith.
30. Charlie required 136.
Nice as double 18 does Justin Smith. So I was looking at the other parts of the board. Charlie's only getting scraps at the moment. And all he can do is look, because that first dart was perfection.
101.
You can see that he's simmering beneath the surface.
32.
Smith could find himself on the hill in double quick time here. He can find double 16. Be for the double break and a 3-0 lead to Justin Smith. Now, let's talk about that point then. So what do you mean by aim for the tie? Because his darts float up. You say maybe looking for a tie, maybe just above or just below to help maybe find a trajectory in? Or
it's really important to visualise a dart going in, but Charlie's darts, they don't go in really hard. They're barely reaching the dartboard. So it's a bit like an aeroplane landing just at the last second. You can see they're very long dart. Now, I like that dart. And what I'm saying is that first dart, the reason I like that first dart is that you feed off the second dart there. And for me, when he's absolutely directly attacking the treble 20, he's going low.
140.
And for me, he's just got to give it a bit more height. Use your at that point there, and that's the point. Look, to hardly reaching the board.
58.
And that last dart I liked had a little. So you need to push the dart through, and that's where your beautiful follow through will come in. At the same time, he's going to feel tense because of the score line. So just give it a bit more. Like I said, just create that second treble above that one that's there now.
So for us mere mortals watching at home, that we'll probably never get to this standard, but looking at practice routines and looking at ways of developing their game, when you talk about target areas and things like that, are you more looking at the way the darts are going as opposed to actually where they land in terms of the target?
Yeah, and like I said, I've got something that I use where I'm looking frame for frame, because I think there's a lot of movement with his fingers on the point. Look, there's an awful lot going on as he's about to throw the dart. And if you don't do that exactly the same each time, there's a real concern that he's going under the target area every time. And my theory would be to make that target area a little bit bigger.
60.
So Justin Smith, 88 points away from a 4-0 victory. It'll be back-to-back 4-0 wins to kick off our day, and then we've got a real heavyweight game between Dom Taylor and Ian Conterman to come. But 88 points for Justin Smith separates him and a 4-0 victory, and it's going to be a double 7 to complete the job, and it is a 4-0 victory for Justin Smith. He gets over the line against Charlie Large, who had his opportunities in that one, but it was the bearded dragon who was just the more deadly in that one. A 4-0 success for Justin Smith against Charlie Large in our second game of the day. Coming up after the break, the man who's harboring many expectations in this Group C, the bookmakers' favourite Dom Taylor against a lot of people's fancy in Ian Conterman after this.
And welcome back here to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's been a whitewash start in the opening 2 games so far. Tony Wood getting the best of Niall Cullerton 4-0. And we've just witnessed Justin Smith with a 4-0 victory over Charlie Large. But this game, I don't anticipate it being 4-0. These are 2 top arrows. Smith's really good players. Dom Taylor, a fantastic player, technically sound, against the very, very impressive Ariane Conterman this week. He was in a very, very tough Group A and was very unlucky not to get in the top 3 places.
First leg, it's Dom to throw first. Game on.
Group A to suggest he can qualify through this Group C, but probably not the opening game that either of these players really wanted. Real protagonists of qualifying and even a very, very early statement to make. But I think the winner of this group will feel very, very good of running through the card today.
Dom Taylor, the Bristolian, who is hoping to be the custodian
46.
of the Week 2 title here at the Live Lounge. He came close before, has made a semi-final in the past. He's a player who comes with a high ceiling, both literally and metaphorically.
92.
His previous performances here have warranted a big tag on his shoulders.
And he sorted his hair out as well. I criticised his fringe last time, if you remember. And now look at him. Looking very suave.
You shouldn't talk about people's fringes as a very delicate subject. Although, to be fair, it may blow over your head.
85.
Yes, you haven't got a hairy fringe, have you? 23-year-old as well.
140.
Belgravia Centre. Other hair clinics are available.
Just a lovely throw, that. The tower, very, very tall, extremely elegant, very focused, as you can see.
87.
Doesn't want to be too critical of himself, but he has all the talent. He's at that real crossroads for me. A big year for him, I'm sure. Q School will be his number 1 target. But like I said, if he's getting his preparation right, and is there any better place to be doing it than here at the MODUS Super Series? 64 left, so he'll be looking at the 16s, 8s bed.
128.
Setup play, and it means Conterman needs this 116. He's starting on the 19th, needs the treble, gets it for tops.
Game on the first leg.
Magic darts here.
Ariane Conterman.
Ariane Conterman, he'll be absolutely... Look at that. I thought he wasn't going to go with a fist pump there, but Dom Taylor magnanimous as
Ariane
ever.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, we expect these two to light up the proverbial blue touch paper, and maybe a spark has just been lit.
85.
Just get a feeling that these two are going to be the torchbearers of Group C.
134.
Is it fair to say Ariane is a tough player to read, because we know what he can do at his rip-roaring best, but we also know at the same time there can be, how do I put it, a little bit of a clanger of a game possibly in there.
I'm not too sure about that. I think he's very old-fashioned for his age as well. 100. He's more traditional, not the stereotypical Dutch player that you would see there. Like I says, that little bit of front elevation, and he's very schooled. Every dart seems like he's trying
78.
with every dart. He's not, whereas Dom looks just very natural, like I said, very elegant, and 2 totally different styles of playing because of their heights. But I don't think he's demonstrated too many bad games this week, Henry. No, I think he's
97.
every dart he focuses on there. And if you're going to beat him, you're going to have to play well.
I remember a Group B campaign involving
41.
Ariane. I think it might have been the last time he was here, where we saw 2 really good games, but also 2 below par games, as Taylor was looking to chase the fish. It's not going to happen this time, but I totally agree with your sentiments. This week we've probably seen, I'd say, the most consistent form of Ariane Conterman here at the Super Series.
That's the word I was looking for. Consistency.
134. Dummy requires 72.
Preferred options being the 16s for many of the players. He won't like that thought now, because 65, he doesn't want to go up the 15 ball. But because his opponent's on a finish, he's already hit.
Game on the second leg.
Smashing start here.
Dom Taylor.
A lovely game. I felt that this was going to be a real determining game for this group. 2 real good players.
The leg, it's Dom to throw first.
Good respect between the pair of them. Conterman had a very, very good Group A campaign. But he probably realises he's up against the top dog, the favourite with the bookies.
100.
And he's just demonstrating with that beautiful bullseye finish.
$60. 100.
What do you make of the setup? Stumpy barrel, then shorter stem, and then the kite flight for Dom Taylor.
Yeah, it was something. I thought he had a longer stem in last time.
85.
I was just admiring his focus this time, because my criticisms of Don is he's got all the talent. Then you've got to work out why. But yeah, it is the balance looks different, doesn't it? The flight looks like it's just an extension of the dart. You expect that more bulbous flight, don't you? But clearly it's what works for him, and what you've got to work on, the fact that he's getting a balance there with his height.
Don't be 167.
First max of this game, a quality game. So many players are starting down to then go up now. It's something that
99
started.
Yeah, in particular with the 141, where we've seen it with 9 darters he's hit on the television, where he'll go down and then lugs the lie of the treble across for double 12, and it's been adapted by other players, by other routes. 68 will begin on treble 20 this time, and now along to the 16 corridor, where he's going to get one of the requisite double. And that would have been to have taken a 2-1 lead.
Only requires 76.
That could be the difference between this two, because you feel Ariane's going to something similar. I didn't expect that. He's not going to get a dart to double, and that's
36.
surprising the way he's been this week.
Tommy required 32.
Well, he's almost presented a free pass here to Dom Taylor to take a 2-1 lead. And he doesn't pass up the invite. 2-1 Taylor, halfway there. Now, we've got to make sure that over the next couple of days we get our Taylors correct, Glenn. Because there's a fair few Taylors around here at the Super Series. We've got Dom this afternoon, Scott tonight. We'll be in the first letter, first name category.
140.
Got a similar issue with Charlie's this week as well.
$60.
Even too high there for the camera angle. It's really nice. Looking at that elbow and look at the extension of the follow through there. He's virtually, the fingers are touching the dart as he has that follow through. Totally different style and stature of a man. 3 beautifully thrown darts there from Ariane. No reward. Look at that. If you ever want to know how to throw that, just a little bit at the end, that little pause there. Josh Rock has something similar where you just pause at the end. So the only thing I would say there, Henry, is that pause has got to be the same each time.
What's the reason behind that pause?
It's something I'm searching for as well. My brain's telling me to let go of the dart and I want to hold on to it. So he's just getting his timing right. So again, he could be visualising that dart going through. It's just all point of what he's doing there as he looks at the big fish. Really good shout from you there, Henry. That is a strange setup, that really small kite flight. It's as if it's been cut down.
You know, a certain Mr. P. Taylor that used to do the old cutting of the flights. Mr. D. Taylor doing the same and looking for a similar result as his fellow named darter, as he sails in a 14 darter to lead 3-1, breaking the throw of Ariane Konterman, averaging just a shade over 96, 50% on the finishing. What more could you want in a first game?
Well, I'm going to go back to something my co-commentator said yesterday, Henry Deacon. He said that he expects 5 players from Group A to go through, plus Dom Taylor.
60.
Which I then realised was mathematically incorrect, but we move on. Because with 3 players through and Dom Taylor, it means only 4 can mathematically go through.
I was just about to build your buttock up
100.
there as well, and it can't be done, can it? Dork.
He's miscounted.
45.
Worrying times here for Continent. We did say what a great week it's been, but just maybe showing some sign of vulnerability in this match. It's been a pretty dominant display from Dom.
55.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a case here for Ariane Kontsman that he's getting done
39.
by Dom. Don't get done, get Dom.
You feel it's his to lose from here. At this point, you're just thinking one treble. I've got a good lead.
92.
He gives a thumbs up. Andrew Gilding's on the stage.
$100.
Just keeps him involved. But Dom Taylor's just thinking 6 darts and 194 from the almost perfect start for him. Probably thinks that Continent is his biggest challenge in this group. And he's really doing a number on him.
134.
Is a couple of darts away from completing a forward job. Remember, Ariane Kontsman kicked off the game with a 116 checkout.
50. Tommy requires 60.
So with the way his flight is, it might not be as difficult for him. It's not the flatty, but he has to move. But
Game
Taylor
shot
has
and
the power.
match. Dom
Big
Taylor.
4-1 victory over Ariane Kontsman, a very impressive Continent from Group A. He's got a lot to think about as he goes back there, but Dom Taylor was the big favourite going into the game, big favourite for the group, puts on a magnificent performance. That's letting the rest of the opponents know that he is the man to beat. And next up, two players searching for a big 2-point. It's Niall Cullerton against Charlie Large.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back. 3 games down at the Super Series in Group C and 3 dominant victories as well so far. Tony Wood with a 4-0 win over Niall Cullerton in the opener, then a whitewash win for Justin Smith against Charlie Large before Dom Taylor defeated Arian Conterman 4-1. And the 2 players who didn't pick up a leg in their opening match are about to go head-to-head now. So someone's though has got to go, and talking you through it, it's Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. And well, the minimum amount of legs you can play in a round is 12. In round 1, we played just 13. It was dominant, demonstrative and destructive from our 3 winners. But as far as Cullerton and Large are concerned, well, in every single facet possible, it's about getting on the board.
This is a big game, very, very early in Group C, and I worry for the loser of this game. Let's say that. I think that's a statement I'm going to stand by as well. Both don't ooze any confidence whatsoever. I think the fact that Niall's had a couple of days on the board, I think this is a game he sees he's a favourite. I think Charlie's got his own demons right now. It's a shame at 18-year-old because he should just be enjoying absolutely every single dart. You can see he's not. And I think Niall, with his experience, will use that to get him over the line in this one.
We talk about, and I mean this generically with young players here.
41.
We talk about how many opportunities there are for younger players in sport. There's never been more opportunities for younger players. But does that come then with a pressure that perhaps players 18, 19, 20 have never had before by consequence?
Oh, absolutely. It's a wonderful sport to be involved in now, but I'm surprised how many 18 to 24-year-olds are
100
are worrying about things. An 18-year-old Charlie and the rest of the guys, they should just be loving the game, just loving throwing a dart and learning as they go along. And I see people
59.
changing tungsten points, stems, flight combinations, and really they should just be enjoying the game and seeing that treble 20 and having no fear and not overthinking is the one thing I'm trying to get to there. And an 18-year-old Charlie shouldn't be overthinking or concerned about his game right now. Just learn, because
105.
an 18-year-old is 100 times better than I ever was. As Cullerton looks at 85, he doesn't need, in my opinion, to go 25 and bull, but he tells us how good he is in that area. He could not make his mind up. It's double 12. He made the right decision. Takes his time.
61.
Well thrown dart.
170.
But Charlie Large has form when it comes to the fish. He did it last time he was here. He's not going to do it on this occasion.
100.
Good darts though from Charlie. Put some pressure on this 24. It was well thrown last time for Cullerton.
Game shown
Smack,
the first.
bang in the middle. 16 darter. That's much, much better from Niall Cullerton. Has the game against Charlie Large come at the right time for Niall?
Second against Charlie to
darts is quite a unique sport when it comes to the elite end of it, where if you think about tennis players, the likes of Carlos Alcaraz and players like that, Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic, Andy Murray, when they're coming through when they were younger, well, they'd have to travel around the world. They'd have to take private schooling or school in different parts of the world. And they'd have this pressure bestowed on them because they were pursuing a career at the same time as schooling. But with darts, it's a little bit different because you go about your usual GCSEs or A-levels in the UK, but then you've got to try and forge your own way. You don't specifically have a coach that's with you from the age of 12 years old to guide your way. So they almost have to harbour that pressure on their own without a support mechanism in place.
Yeah, and that's where your good family, sponsors and that really come to the fore as well, because it's a very individual sport, but you need a great team around you. And I've talked about the importance of having travelling around with my partner or travelling around with my good friend Dennis Coleman at times. I remember being on TV saying if I could cut this Lakeside trophy in half,
100.
I'd like to give half to Dennis because I could rely on him, you know, just to be there at the best. As we look at Charlie, so just a big rise of that elbows, Michael.
85.
Snapped
No,
that last start. That was an
136.
awful last start for him. But I would just want to work on just keeping that elbow in the same position. Niall's looking good here.
58.
Charlie's got his own worries up there right now, and it's the only thing with an 18-year-old is it can be an awful experience, but he's on a stage where I know
54.
so many players
No,
would
requires
love to be.
78.
He has to start enjoying the experience. Niall can't miss the 18, bet he doesn't, so he's going to give himself a dart at tops.
58.
He was looking good there, I fancied that.
128.
A mid-range maker for large. Not to be this time. And Niall Cullerton, a much improved performance upon the 77 we saw against Tony Wood for a 2-0 lead. In quick succession as well, that has to be said. It's his favourite double 10. But it doesn't come to his aid.
Charlie required 55.
I was about to say he looks a different player as well. I expected that to go because he was looking chip out. This is exactly what Charlie needs. He needs this double 10. He needs his campaign up
Game's on
and
the
running.
second leg.
And that's exactly
Charlie
what he
does.
does. Can he use that as a spark? We talk so much about the catalyst, the real moment. I would like to have seen a little fist pump from Charlie when that went in, just to get his adrenaline going, just to give him something in his body because he looks very lethargic. And I want him to, you know, just get the chest out a little bit.
60.
I remember being at the Lakeside. I was covering the tournament when Charlie got to that particular final.
57.
And he beat Leighton Bennett in the semi-finals of that competition. And there was moments when Leighton was
60.
exuding himself. He's one of those players that makes his presence known on the stage. But one thing that Charlie did very well in that particular game was he didn't let any of that fluster him. And when the key moments came, he struck and he went about his business in such a manner.
He pushed them darts through there. As if he's putting a hole in the dartboard.
100.
I know I should know the answer. But has Leighton Bennett played on this stage?
Not yet, but I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind seeing him here at the Super Series. I can imagine he'd be the type of player that maybe would best suit maybe a Group B campaign to start on a Thursday, Friday night.
Yeah, the pressure he had on as a young man was
maybe
too much.
180.
As Cullerton's really finding the treble 20. He'll feel he's the better player in this game. Now, 101's interesting because we've had conversations told him not to go for bull first start. He went 19 yesterday. He's listening, and I hope this goes in because I'll take credit. It's all about me.
61. Charlie
I'm glad it didn't go in.
Should have gone for the bullseye now.
The little fish for large. Double 5. Just inside. And so Cullerton comes back for 2-1.
Enjoyable game, this one, from two guys desperate for 2 points. Great leg of darts there for now. Cullerton. He does look a little bit different, and that's what confidence does, Henry. He's enjoying leading this game. He's enjoying being competitive in this game. You more than anybody have seen so many players have a Group A campaign where it's been tough and they've finished on 2 or 4 points. Or can they bounce back in Group C?
78.
For me, the most potent example I can remember is Moreno Blom. Now, he struggled in Group A, and he actually struggled on the first day of Group C. And then just found something on the Friday. I don't even know where he found it from, I'll be perfectly honest with you, and then qualified for the Saturday final.
99.
He was literally in tears when he qualified.
100.
And back in Southampton, Sean McDonald went on a remarkable losing run in Group A. It was something like 7 matches. And then went on to qualify for the Saturday night.
100.
Kieran Tian, the first ever week we played here. It was that strange week where we straggled both Southampton and Portsmouth. He finished on 6 points in Group A. He won just 3 matches. He then went on to win the
100.
week and qualify for Champions Week.
I've got even more bad news for Charlie. The group chat I'm in, Charlie looks like a tall Henry.
64.
Oh, lad. There's that flat dart of now, but this time he can just find that trap. That last one was just a bit of a floater there, but it's great to see Niall sort of just demonstrate his qualities that we all know he's got. Now for Charlie's in this game.
58. Now we require
It's all
104.
about this. Now, like I said, he normally starts on the bullseye. He's changed the way he's going for double 16. Takes his time. The Rob Cross, I call it. Reset.
72. Charlie
Looks
require
disappointed with that.
102.
That's also a sign to me he's feeling good about his game. You feel this is a must hit.
Possibly game saver. Possibly a game changer.
70.
But his go at double
Now you
16
require
goes a
32.
begging as well.
Does prefer the other side of the board, Niall. Big dart.
28.
Both are getting
Charlie requires
opportunities.
32.
Charlie be well pleased to come back. There's just something in his stride to the hockey there.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Something about just Charlie as he approached that, because sometimes you feel like everything's against you, and then you see your opponent's missing dart, and there's a little concern
like
for
it's
Naz. He
Niall
just
to throw
touches that
first.
arm
Game
area where he's been having problems, but he'd be super frustrated. He'll feel like he was the better player in them first 4 legs, but it's parity.
Well, you can see the
100.
strapping just coming off of his right sleeve. The
140.
reoccurrence of a previous injury he sustained a few years ago. Now, these are the double statistics at the halfway point of this
100.
game, and it's demonstrative of the fact that Niall Cullerton, who has dominated the scoring phase of the game, but 11 missed darts at double have come to cost him. And what I mean by the domination of the scoring phase is
100.
he's had, well, now 4 more because Charlie's just pardoning that ton. Scores a ton or more. Level on the 140 count, and then Cullerton 1 up in the 180 stakes.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed this game. Just a bit more pace to Charlie's last 3 darts, and just chattering away to himself. I think he's beginning to relax again.
91.
Just feel it's a massive game for both players, Henry.
Can Large net the big fish?
127.
Might need to
Charlie
after
require
that
170.
set-up play by Cullerton.
Not to be, and so Cullerton comes back for 74.
58. Now he
A
requires
3-2.
74.
Makes the stomach churn moments like this.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
But Cullerton's
Niall
up to
Cullerton.
the task. 3-2, he leads.
Isn't it great to see Cullerton, who's had 3 very tough days? He looks so dejected, even
Sixth leg is Charlie to throw
when you see him
first.
before and after. And like I said, that first game was really big, but Tony Wood done a bit of a number on purely because of the finishing more than anything.
60.
They're 3 good darts, Charlie.
I feel sorry for him because he's going to have people asking him now, why
81.
does he look like Henry?
Now, let's not tell him that. It'd be upset enough if he loses this game.
140.
Good response from Charlie Large. Great stuff. What a good game.
140.
Really enjoyed this. 2 players going up there searching for the first 2 points, albeit very early in this Group C campaign. But we did sort of fear for the player that lost this game.
97.
But I tell you what, they're both battling. Still very much in the balance.
It's very much a nip and tuck encounter.
125.
Cullerton first to finish him this leg, but Charlie Large with the darts has the opportunity to leave it far more handy of the pair.
$84. Now
Does
we
well
require
there to leave
155.
himself from Shanghai for the match.
Go back down to treble 17.
86. Charlie
Yeah, you
require
can see the
120.
frustration there, 'cause that was a well-thrown dart, he'll feel. All in the 20s, bed for 120.
Went bull.
62.
In the Cullerton
Charlie
way.
requires 69.
And now Cullerton for the match, 69.
.54 left, just double checking that. Stops for the match.
29.
Bends the wire.
Charlie require 58.
Well, Charlie Large once again slips into the four bed, this time the treble, when requiring 58. So once again, it's only going to be the solitary dart, a double 18, but that's not going to come to his aid.
No, you're
and so
requiring
Cullerton,
40.
to complete the job, is looking for tops. And now his friend on double 10 to
Game
complete
shot
the
and the
victory
match.
for 2.
Niall
And he gets the
Cullerton.
better of Charlie Large, who's 2 defeats on 2 to begin his day. Cullerton is off and running. He is on the board. And that is despite 13 missed darts at double in the piece. A 4-2 win for Niall Cullerton. Is Continent against Wood after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Here before the break, we saw Niall Cullerton pick up his first win of Group C, getting the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to 2. Despite 13 missed darts at double, Cully getting over the line to put himself on to 2 points. Next up for us, it is an England versus Netherlands battle as the colourful and always superb Tony Wood takes on Ariane Konteman in our 5th game of 6 here on YouTube. So, Ariane Konteman lost out 4 legs to 1 in his opening game, defeated by Dom Taylor. An impressive game, an impressive performance from Taylor. Konteman, when he got out of the traps well, he had 1 dart at double on the back of the 116, but was outscored by the Bristolian for the large parts of the game. As for
First leg,
Wood,
it's
well,
Ariane to
he
throw first.
beat Niall Cullerton by
Game
4
on.
legs to 0. It wasn't a vintage affair. It was a bit of a nervy, scrappy start, really, to our session. But Wood picking up the win 2-0 and is looking to pick up the points once again here.
44.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call, this one. I would have fancied Konteman, but been just a little bit concerned that he needs to get 2 points on the board, where Tony's got them 2 points. He should relax a little bit more, but yeah, it's just a little bit snappy, that point of release. I'd like to see that a
45.
little bit smoother. Maybe that will come as the day goes on there. But I've been really impressed with this Dutchman. I think he's been absolutely fabulous so far. Big scorer.
140.
Really good at finishing. He's taken a couple of beatings as well. He was on the end of a really big game from Daryl Pilgrim there, but he then bounced back straight after that and was unlucky to end up in Group C.
41.
But the fact he was one of the top 3 favourites today, just behind Justin Smith and the dominant Doms Taylor, who I think after that first game there, he could really lay some markers down. However, his next game against Justin Smith, which Justin Smith are we going to get? That's going to be a fascinating encounter.
That has the potential to be the game of the day.
40.
It really does. If Justin Smith can fire himself to his stratospheric heights, if the bearded dragon can breathe some fire, breathe some life into this game and into this group. But as far as this match is concerned, Continent first to a finish. Now, he got out the gates quite quickly in his first game, as I mentioned, in the first leg of that game against Taylor. He took out a 116. He needs himself 118 here to get on the board.
60. Aaron Everett, 118.
Yeah, it's interesting to see on Tony Wood's flight there, the pincher, which tells me if you give him a chance at a double 19 for Continent,
He's
not going to get a chance in this leg because that's
Arian
absolutely
Continent.
fantastic. And I go back to the very first message I received about Continent on Monday morning. Expect some big finishes from him.
So going to get Tony to throw first. Game on.
Well, so far he's at a 138, a 100, 109, 116. And that beautiful 118 there. So he is delivering big finishes and he is looking good this week. He's going to be very, very bunched up going into that big game next.
Well, Ariane Continent has had 2 darts at double today on the back of 116 and 118 combinations, and he's taken out the pair. Let's have a look at the funky setup of Tony Wood, the pincher. There's nothing dull about that setup, is there?
60.
The shirt, the dart, the flight, the lot.
Yeah, and that's normally wears like a dress shirt as well.
96.
It's the first time I've really seen him in a dart shirt. Yeah, very bright. As a dart player on a morning in the hotel, when you're getting yourself ready and you put your shirt on, you feel like it's going to be business now.
81.
I think maybe Tony just needs, he's frustrated the way he's playing in this game. Very slow start and Continent's all over
95.
50 points in the averages. You don't often see that as a differential.
Tell you what, we wouldn't see Bowen Dozer in a shirt like that on stage, would we?
I have to sort of say how Martin Adams' shirt last time he was there were absolutely fantastic.
60.
But
Aaron Everett, 170.
just a little mention, obviously, for what Martin's going through right now, and my thoughts, obviously, with him.
58.
Just devastating news over Lee.
Yeah, we send our deepest condolences here at the Super Series. Continent looking for another Tontine checkout. It'd be his 3rd in succession.
60. Aaron Everett,
He's got all the time that he wants over this. Feels like he can just get this game gift wrapped in his own time. Because there's not been much by way of opposition, but Continent's becoming a proposition. Back-to-back 15 dart legs, back-to-back ton plus checkouts. He's actually won all 3 legs that he's won today, courtesy of checkouts in the ton teams or more. The 112 joins the 116 and the 118 in that club.
100.
Another great start. Are we going to see another one? Then we'll start thinking about the perfect 4 legs with 400 plus finishes. Were you there for that one?
I can break glass in place
60.
in case of emergency here, because yes, I was. It was Graham Usher against Dan Reed. It was in July 2022. It was at the Champion of Champions. Graham Usher was 2-0 down
100.
against Dan Reed. He wasn't playing at his rip-roaring best, but then found a spell almost a mix from the gods, where he took out 4 ton plus checkouts, had a 9 in and amongst it, and then finished with 111.
Magical modus moments.
60.
We've had our own this week with that spectacular hour, 90 minutes of Daryl Pilgrim. Something that no doubt
140.
Ed will be waxing lyrical in about 12 months' time when we talk about moments of brilliance. very similar to that of Grey Musher, but right now it's all about Contaman because Tony Wood is having a nightmare. He's shaking his head because he has no idea why.
85. Already record
For me,
161.
it just doesn't look smooth, that release. That's the only thing for me that I can see that's different, which surprises me when he's got the 2 points on the board
58.
now. You potentially expect that. Well, the fact it was only 58, Ariane is going to get a chance at the third.
Well, yes, Contaman with his smallest finish that he's actually gone for throughout the entirety of the Tay so far.
100. I only require 103.
For 3-0. Pretends to look shocked.
91.
I'm shocked because the double 12 goes in or doesn't go in.
Typical for a dart player that Tony will produce his best goods when your opponent is about to take a dart out for the leg.
140.
Just makes Ariane think.
12.
Centre of the board, exactly where he likes. He loves double 10. He won't like that dart. This is a bit nasty,
Age
but
on the third leg. Ariane
nice
Contaman.
17 darter from the Dutchman, who's been the absolute dominant force. It's been that kind of day so far.
Fourth leg, it's Tony
Haven't
to
had
throw
any
first.
real
Game
tough
on.
encounters, real match play classics. It's just people taking a lead and running away so far. Doesn't surprise my co-commentator. He felt even before off air, he felt like a lot of these games would be
40.
4-0, 4-1. He's been proven correct again.
So I said to Glenn off air before he came on air today, I don't think we'll see a 4-3 in this whole
58.
session.
I've just said that. No, he did. He's not often wrong.
Oh, I am wrong a heck of a lot of the time.
Well, he's got the nickname there, the pincher.
58.
This will be the biggest comeback of the week against a player who's really looking good. He was averaging 100 exactly going into that 103 finish. Has just
99.
dipped slightly with the missed dart at a double and a score of 58 to open here, but a very proficient performance so far and just very typical of the kind of week Ariane's having, and will be another welcome edition here on Saturday night.
100.
Don't forget, of course, you can get in contact with myself and Glenn via Twitter at MSS
51.
Darts. We'll read out your comments, your observations, your thoughts throughout the course of this session and indeed tonight as well. Back from 10 o'clock for Group B.
$79.
Next up, Smith v Taylor, and it looks as if it may not be too far away because Contaman here, looks set to be closing in. But he hasn't left himself a finish because of that. Well, it'll go down as a bounce out, but it should realistically be called a dangler.
41.
Could go down the 19s here. I'd be thinking 1-3-3 is what he needs. Exactly what he does. What a
101.
fantastic last dart. Big favourite. His to lose from here. Tony Wood just wasn't at the races at this game. It's going to take something very, very special. And once again, his best darts
100.
potentially
Only
being his
required
last.
72.
As Contaman give him a start and a double, and he usually hits it. It's one dart to tops.
32. Tony require 83.
To get Wood out the blocks.
Can Wood show his mettle? The pincher.
Game show on the
That's
fourth
exactly
leg.
the reason why he
Tony
has that
Wood.
nickname. You can just get down to it. And like I said, you're frustrated if you're Contaman right now because you're thinking,
it's
I
Ariane to
should
throw
be
first.
off the stage.
Game on.
And the fact that Tony is a little bit more methodical than the other one, you're thinking, I've got another 2 or 3 minutes of this. He mustn't panic. He's got the darts in
100.
2 of the last 3. If it does go the distance there, still very much in the hands of the Dutchman.
$28.
There's a bit of wood rust, isn't there, in amongst it all.
58.
I thought you were blowing a kiss at me there, Henry. This is really messy from Tony, and you know, for someone who knows his game really well,
41.
it's not like him. It just shows how much it means to be up there, but he's up against somebody right now who's really dominated this game.
137.
Didn't panic when Tony pinched that last leg, but he's looking good for a 4-1 victory here.
$95.
So, Konterman closing in now, and he has got space in this leg. He's got time in this leg.
100.
He's got another ton plus finish to possibly take out in this leg.
This is where Tony finds the treble. Usually when the leg's gone. Why is that? He's asking himself.
I only record
The
106.
frustration you can see.
Didn't have to go treble 17 for the ball if he didn't want to,
68.
but he is going to set up for double 19. And again, doesn't have to go for this if he doesn't fancy it, but would, by way of apply, what can he put in to try and at least keep himself an interested party in this leg with Konterman back to complete the
100. I
job?
only require 38.
Just has a look at the score there. Is he going direct? Yes, he is. Now he wishes he didn't.
22. Tony record
Well, the pincher.
154.
This would be the biggest pinch of the day so far.
Not going to happen. And so Konterman comes back looking for double 8 to complete the 4-1 job, to complete a
58.
4-1 victory.
Only record
Started off
16.
with a couple of 15s and a 17. It's been a solid performance. But the line hasn't been
12.
crossed yet.
Tony record 96.
That's a bit of a wry smile there from Tony, because this is his C- game. Wow, he says. Treble 19. Just hasn't happened in this game. It's time for Konterman to put
40.
it to bed.
Aaron, you require 4.
Double 2 for the Dutchman. It was comfortable in the
Game shot
end.
and the match.
It wasn't pretty for Tony
Aaron
Wood. He's got a lot
Konterman.
of head scratching to do there, but for Konterman is up and running. He's been super impressive this week and will play a big part in this Group C campaign. The averages dipped at the end. The checkout ratio changed, but it was a very solid performance and another couple of 100+ finishes there. He was much the better player, but Tony Wood will want to forget that one and focus on his next. Big game coming up next. Justin Smith against Dom Taylor.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Ariane Konterman get the better of Tony Wood by 4 legs to 1, doing so with 2 ton-plus finishes en route. As for Wood, 1 win, 1 defeat for him. Same record for Ariane Konterman. Well, we are going to see a player go outright top of the table following 2 rounds of fixtures as Justin Smith takes on Dom Taylor. Both players winning their opening games, and one of them quite convincingly. Justin Smith getting the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to 0, whilst Dom Taylor beat Ariane Konterman by 4 legs to 1. And put in the performance of the day thus far, a 94.5 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. That has been a performance that hasn't really been threatened by anybody else thus far.
I think this is a massive game for Justin Smith. We've been waiting for him to...
First leg, it's Justin
to the party.
First. Game on.
He's going to be second best in this game. Second favourite he'll feel. And if he is going to show us something, I think this is his one opportunity
60.
right now. I think this is a massive game. Like I said, the expectations on the guy in your picture right now, Dom Taylor, big favourite with the bookies. Very, very impressive player. He's going to be tough to beat. And could be lifting
100.
that trophy on Saturday night. Wouldn't be a shock to anybody. I think it's a massive game for Justin Smith. I'm really keen to see how he performs here.
59.
But he's the type of player, Justin, that can perhaps react better to these environments, these games where he knows he's got to elevate his performance. I think it's easier for him to go to task when he knows
81.
he's got to find something, otherwise he gets drubbed.
134.
I even say if he wins this game, he's, you know, you're suddenly starting to think getting qualified now because he's had a tough start. You know, Charlie Large and Dom Taylor early doors.
92.
If he can get to 4 points after them 2 games, he probably more than he would have expected as he walked in today.
43.
But I think if Dom Taylor wins this game, I think he'll go through the card. Looking at the 3 games he's got left, Charlie hasn't come out the traps. Tony Wood just really struggled there.
134.
Obviously now Cullerton being the other player.
Yeah, I'm comfortable if he wins this game here. As long as he doesn't get above himself and stays really focused, because that's what's impressed me so far today.
60.
Has got a lot of talent.
94.
But he's also looks like he's got a good mindset there. He looks very focused this already. Treble 20. I don't...
54.
The biggest fan of that when your opponent's on 145, but hey ho. Got there in the end. Well, Justin Smith, I asked you to come to the party. Well, you're not allowed in.
45.
You get invited to parties? Where's my RSVP?
Charlie Large come instead of you.
Game
1-0
shot
to
the first
Taylor.
leg. Dom Taylor.
A very, very professional start. 16 darts.
Second
Break,
leg,
a
it's
throw.
Dom to throw first. Game on.
He stood there thinking now, 15 darter, please. There's his 1 treble. That's what you're searching for in your first 3 darts.
140.
And that's the bonus. Great start. And as you walk to get your darts out there, you're already thinking 2-0. And Justin Smith's already thinking, if I don't hit a couple of trebles back,
100.
it's advantage Taylor. Funny what goes on through your mind as you're playing up there.
What Dom can do so well is he can front run. If you get in front of him, he can begin to steam away from you.
140.
Yeah, it's a good trait to have. And
140.
I'd say the same about Justin Smith, who good response here. 3 140s and a ton between the pair of them so far. And back in the treble again. This is what we've been searching for today.
177.
140, 177 leaves 44 after 9. Dom Taylor is looking rather good.
91.
He really is building up ahead of steam, isn't he? 44 for a 2-0 lead, 11 dart leg, an impressive performance so far from the Tower, who's looking to reach some towering heights. 2-0 Taylor, 12 dart leg, 107 average, 28 darts for the first 2 legs, and Justin Smith has got it all to do here. He has the darts in the third.
Game on.
And you sense he's going to have to find something inspired.
96. 100.
Maxi? Yes, please.
180.
Smith with the first of this game.
Just looking at Dom Taylor's sort of year so far, and it's absolutely baffling me. And maybe something we can sort of maybe ask him if we get a chance to interview him there. Hasn't been regular on the Challenge Tour, and some of his defeats in the development tour
42.
going back to March and April, and he hasn't been seen since then. So I'm not really sure the reasons behind that, but I'd be keen to find out, because he should be doing every tournament going when you've got the talent that he's got here. What games in the development tour averages a 52 and 60, 50?
57.
I can only 47. I can only think he had an injury. Is he coming back from an injury?
133.
I'll be honest, it's not something I know the full ins and outs of, so I'm not going to make prior assumptions.
I'm just wondering why we're not seeing him on the circuits. Like I said, we've talked about the opportunities out
60.
there, but when you're as
Justin
good as
McQuire,
him,
50.
I was searching where Howie did as Smith looks for double 16.
Game show on the third leg.
Game on.
Justin Smith.
I've just sort of seen how he did a challenge tour last week and didn't see his name as I'm looking there, so went back.
Fourth leg, it's
And he
Dom
was
to
last
throw
playing
first.
competitive darts in March, April this year. Look how good he is. Potential winner of the week?
Absolutely.
100.
But credit to Justin Smith, because that last leg was all about how he responded to the quick start from Dom Taylor. He responded
60.
with a 15 of his own. He looked quite comfortable in that particular leg. Okay, it was on throw, but he needed to get something on the board.
60.
But how many times have we seen in this Super Series format, Glenn, a player get out in front quick, win the first couple of legs quick,
180.
but then just begin to slow down. The foot goes off the pedal and then the opponent fires back with something.
Or is it fair to say that Justin Smith deserves the credit of the bounce back? He'll be,
57.
even when that fantastic leg of Dom Taylor's, Justin was peppering the ton 40s himself. Like I said, it's no
60.
surprise. Just wish he'd used the treble 19, treble 17 a little bit more. That's the only thing I would say to Justin. It just doesn't deviate away from that treble 20 bed. But Taylor looks good. Another
100.
cracking game, this. What a week of darts we've had, Henry. I mean, Super Tuesday was just never going to be repeated. I don't feel it was that good, but the competition between the players, once again, every time I look up, players are averaging well over 90. 64 left. Very mature, very sensible. Many players could have stayed on the treble 20 bed there. You feel like this is a real big moment. Huge dart pending. Didn't feel right in his hands. Just looks at the score. He's going to get one shot at it.
69.
That could be the difference
Tommy
between win
requires
and loss
16.
of this game, because we don't expect Dom Taylor to miss double 8.
Glenn doesn't expect you to miss, Dom.
Game
And
show
Glenn
on the
would be
fourth leg.
right.
Dom Taylor.
3-1 to Taylor. He's a leg away from moving on to 4 points and to the top of the group.
That must be the best of
Fifth leg, it's
predictions in the
Justin to
world
throw
now.
first. Game on.
Come on then, Glenn. Predict what happens with these first 3 darts.
100.
140.
Oh, God, it's killing me.
I'll predict a ton myself then with this throw.
100.
Sure. But yeah, I've been really impressed in if it was for defeat for Justin Smith, but shouldn't surprise me because, like I said, at the
85.
beginning of the week, you look at him as a potential winner. He knows how to come to the MODUS Super Series and win. There shouldn't be any surprise to me that he's shown real fighting qualities here.
100.
I think the pair of them realise the importance of this game, and I say if Don Taylor can get 2 out of 2, and with the players he's got left, I'm already seeing him as a big favourite to dominate this group.
But put the shoe on the other foot as far as Justin Smith's concerned. even if this does end in defeat, there's plenty of positive signs to take, particularly from this performance.
60. Justin, you're 136.
He will feel, in my opinion, it's out of him and Conterman for the second place then. That's looking at the way Charlie's playing and Tony Wood's inconsistencies.
100.
There should be nothing there to frighten him. You know, his games that he's going to have with Conterman could be very, very important.
Smith takes on Conterman
60.
in the first game of the final
Justin
round of
requires
fixtures.
36.
That could be pivotal in the end proceedings as he looks to put it back to
Game
3-2
on
by
the fifth
finding
leg.
double 18.
Justin Smith.
And so Taylor has the darts to complete the job. 13 darter for Justin Smith.
Safe leg, it's Dom to throw first. Game on.
So 3-2 to Taylor here. A reminder that following the culmination of this game, we will
56.
be joining viewers from 3 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV for the remainder of the session as Smith
140.
look to rally back with a max. Tom 40 will do as far as the start is concerned for him. But we'll be joining viewers on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 until the session's culmination, and then we'll be back tonight from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff
58.
TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B. I'll tell you what, this is becoming a bit of a flurry from Justin Smith. 13 darts in the previous leg. Tom 40. Couple of troubles in that visit. And he's got Dom Taylor up against the rack
100.
in a leg that Dom threw first in. This is more like it. This is precocious.
140.
And big apologies to me. There's 2 Dom Taylors on the database. And I was looking at the wrong one, thankfully. Thankfully, I've got the right one, because he's not a man
180.
with darts like that who hits them type
98.
of scores. I might save his recent games for later, because this is warming up very, very nicely. Double 19 to 3-3.
60. Dom, you require 107.
For the match. And an apology from me. 88 left. Can only lay up. You can see the frustration because these are his darts. Justin Smith becomes favourite for the game. If you can check out on this
71.
38. He has laid up before,
Justin, you
Justin
require
Smith.
38.
Or is he going to go direct after having sighters already? He's laying up. Massive dart pending.
Games on the
3-3.
sixth leg.
What a fabulous
Justin
game.
Smith.
Fist pump to go. Henry Deacon said there'd be no 4-3s. Henry, 3-3. Good game.
7th and final leg. It's
This first to
Justin to
five.
throw first. Game on.
Well, Justin Smith has put in a big spell at a big time. 13 followed by 15 to put himself in this position where he has the throw to win the match. And he kicks off with a maximum.
180.
Yeah, Dom Taylor was a challenge to her. Losing to players like Dan Reed, Colin Osborne, Max Hoff.
55.
He had some big wins himself. And looking at that, he comes here in decent shape. Much better than I anticipated. Was I looking at the wrong Dominic Taylor?
121.
But Justin Smith has been absolutely fantastic. I did say many times in his Group A campaign, he has the potential, but Dom Taylor, just a little
180.
reminder, he ain't going anywhere. It's still in the hands of Smith. Just a little look over. I have asked him to use the 19s more. This is the reason why, Justin.
96.
Needs himself on a finish to win the match, but how handy can Dom Taylor leave it from 266? Can leave it very handy. Incredibly handy.
180.
What
Justin, you
a
reckon
game of
104.
darts. Nothing to separate them anywhere. Same amount of 186 in the game, both averaging 98. It's going to come down to a bit of magic.
Correct.
68 left. Options.
56.
Very sensible dart to leave
Dominic
48 to
White,
finish your
86.
fancy. Over to Dom Taylor for the match.
Can he keep his cool? Can he keep his composure? But he slipped the other side into the treble 4. And so 72 left. Justin Smith, 48 to get the job done.
46.
We called it the game, potentially the game of the
Justin
day.
required
It
48.
did not disappoint. We waited for Justin Smith to see the real best from him. What an opportunity. Double 16 for the match. Come on, he says. Just gets himself right.
32.
Misses the opportunity. When an opportunity knocks, Justin, you have to take it. Chance for
Then you
Taylor.
require 40.
Well, Justin Smith did everything in his power to work his way back into the match. And now he's got to stand there and watch Dom Taylor take out tops to pick the points up.
Taylor.
Justin Smith put on a spurt into the middle half of the game to send it all the way to a decider, but then spurned an opportunity to win the match. It's Dom Taylor who picks the points up, beating Justin Smith in a high-quality affair by 4 legs of free, 97, 95 the averages, 3 maxes apiece, but it's 4 out of 6 on the finishing, 7 missed darts, a double for Justin Smith coming back to cost him in the end. And so it finishes in game 6, Justin Smith 3, Dom Taylor 4.
Welcome back. Well, 6 games played in Group C. Glenn Durrant, you've been watching the action. Dom Taylor, the one to get 2 victories. I mean, he's improved since you last saw him, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, failed to prepare and prepare to fail, etc. Yeah, there would have to be a popular name, but he's been superb. I mean, he's been absolutely excellent. I mean, but Justin Smith had his chances there. I thoroughly enjoyed that final game.
Yeah, went down to the wire, that one 4-3. All the games before that were pretty heavy victories. We'll take a look at those results now. As you can see, started off with 2 4-0s, a couple of 4-1s in there, and Niall Cullerton beating Charlie Large 4-2, meaning Large is the only one without any points so far.
Yeah, strange all day. You've got the 2 guys who have just come off there, and that real cracker, that Dom Taylor, Justin Smith, they'll feel that they can go. But once again, Arion Conterman, don't rule him out. The others have been very hit and miss, inconsistent.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, until that last game, all of the matches were very one-sided affairs. Started with those 2 4-0s. Just to highlight that kind of pattern of play today, we've had loads of big victories. We can show you some of those now. Tony Wood a man you know well from the Northeast. He got a 4-0 win in the opening match, and that should have set him on his way, but then he gets beaten 4-1 in his next.
Yeah, he hasn't really settled at all, Tony, but his doubles have been superb. He's nicknamed the Pincher for a reason.
And Justin Smith, we said that he might benefit from starting from scratch, and he was out of the blocks really fast. Maybe thinks he should have double the amount of points he has.
And me too. I thought he was excellent. But this has been the man. You know, Dom Taylor he comes with a big reputation and absolutely fantastic job today.
Yeah, and then Conterman, of course, losing that match 4-1, but getting the reverse result. No real damage done in the end.
Yeah, good player, great player, actually, and he's got a lot to say in this group C, and I think it could be a fight for that second position with Justin Smith.
Yeah, Taylor taking those 2 wins, as expected by yourself, by the bookies. But has it confused you even more as to who might join him when you see what's happened so far?
I think it's a 2-horse race between Smith and Conterman, yeah, thank you very much. I think the others have been just a little bit too inconsistent for me. Disappointed in Tony Wood so far, but experience is key. Charlie Large just felt a little bit of negativity chatting with him beforehand, and Cullerton has been a tough week so far, but I'd like to see the best from him.
Yeah, still all to play for. We'll look at the table now. Taylor obviously top of it with those 2 victories, but everybody but Charlie Large must feel like they have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing that any players thinking there that he's doing magic things. I think Dom Taylor can run through the card today. I'll be surprised if he doesn't. I think that was a big game against Smith. And like I said, the others are fighting for that second position, in my opinion.
Yeah, the problem for Large, of course, is his next game is against Dom Taylor, one he might have to win, you would think.
Yeah, I think Dom Taylor will be looking for a big one. He just has this fear of going under the treble 20 at the moment. And like I said, 18-year-old, I'm surprised he's overthinking an awful lot. Could be a tough couple of days for him.
Right, the action is going to resume in this group shortly after 3 o'clock, but we've got something a little different for you now. Now, earlier, at the weekend, actually, Chris Mason, our commentator and a winner on that stage here at the Super Series, caught up with his old pal, Mark Durbridge. A full version of this interview is going to be available on the YouTube channel this evening, but here's part of it for you to enjoy.
Well, we'll have a little trip down memory lane before we get to the good stuff. There was almost a bit of a rivalry between us when I first started, but what a lot of people don't know, that me and you used to meet up in Bedminster twice a week and used to put me through the ringer. And you never really, at that time, a known great player in the west of England and in the West Country, but you really didn't have any aspirations back then to even think about turning pro, because I used to drive you mad.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a pat on the back at the time when you asked me to come and practice with you, and all those years ago. And yeah, I think we had some good tear-ups. And again, you said, when you're going to do it, Dubs, when you're going to do it. And at the time, I just thought that, you were traveling, you were leading the way, you were traveling around the world. But basically, I saw it just to get into the embassy. And I thought it was a bit of false economy at the time. You may say different. I know you had some great wins and some brilliant TV stuff, and that was my thinking. I didn't really think it was financially viable for me at the time, and me and Mason just relaxed and just take it in my stride, and I wasn't that bothered.
Yeah, because the name Durbridge, for those from the West Country, synonymous with the sport of darts. And your father, like my father, are mad about the game, but your dad was really a fabulous player, wasn't he?
Yeah, both our dads. I mean, played for the West of England together. My dad's got a very good name in the West Country. Also, my sister played for the West of England. We all played together at one point. It's really exciting as a family. And my sister went on to play for Devon. Obviously, my brother-in-law Dean was a cracker. He used to play money matches. Bit of a legend. We know him well.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we got a good name. We got a good name.
And of course, the connection was the House of Darts. Your uncle Peter and Eddie Norman, who were huge in the world of darts, the biggest exporter of darts in the 70s and 80s, and they both played a massive part in our careers, because we'd sort of go into the shop on Gloucester Road, or can we try those? Can we try that? I think I had every set of darts that were out on sale. Yeah,
the same. All the new stuff used to come out. And Pete Smith used to work for him. He'd say, try these flights, try these shafts, try these darts. And we used to go out there, and they were great. Pete and Eddie Norman, obviously. Yeah, what was the flights they come out with?
Penn.
Penn. A lot of people don't know. Penn darts is Pete and Eddie Norman.
That's
the biggest seller of dart flights ever.
Around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we both went on, played county darts in the 90s together, but we also played for a guy called Gary Pinker was almost like the Alex Ferguson of darts, wasn't he? He was ruthless, the most ruthless captain I ever played under.
Oh yeah, if you were Alphabet in Bristol and you were out of work, he'd give you a job, but you had to turn up on a Monday night for him, and a Tuesday night, and whatever night he wanted you to play. But Gary done a lot for darts in Bristol, loads for both of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
He travelled with me first PDC event to Kilmarnock. First time he'd been on a plane, I think, after all those years, and it was a bit of fun because we went up to Kilmarnock, ended up on the train, and he's gone to sleep, and I was thinking, don't go asleep, can't miss a stop, and I was trying to keep my eyes open because we flew early. Got to Kilmarnock, got off the train, and there was one of those metal barriers. The train couldn't go any further. so I could have gone to sleep.
Yeah, I moved away in the late 90s, and then I can remember being at home thinking, oh, the World Masters is on, 2002. I think it was the quarterfinals. Pops up Mark Durbridge, and that was your launch into the big time darts.
Yeah, well, it was a case of qualifying through. I think actually Mike Jeffries could have qualified through, and he let me play to get through to the finals. And I'd already done one PDC tournament, and I said to my wife at the time, Gina, I said, look, I'm going to go to the World Masters for a bit of practice, but I want to play in the PDC. What was it called then, the PDC in those days?
WDC.
WDC. I said, I want to come out in the smoke. So I rocked up at Bridlington, no expectations, and won it on the BBC. So, it was a good time.
And then, of course, you went on and you didn't chase that embassy route. You went straight into playing some PDC events, which you excelled in, picked up titles, won a UK Open qualifier, beat me on the way. I won't forget that one.
I can't remember that one, mate.
And then, well, finals of the match play, finals of the World Championships. What can you remember about that? Because it was a whirlwind period from 2002 until 2004 and 5.
Yeah, it was a couple of years where I just didn't feel like a miss, really, apart from obviously our friend Phil Taylor. I wasn't winning everything, but I was at the latter stages of tournaments, and I kind of had this ability at the beginning of the year to sort of smash it out of the park and put myself into TV events. Which Andy Jenkins always used to remind me about. How do you do it at the beginning of the year, But it's all history now. It's something I look back on fondly. Probably underachieved in that period, really. But I'm still proud of myself.
Hello there, this is the MODUS Super Series live on Sporty Stuff TV, and Group C is underway. 6 matches have been played already this afternoon, and we are going to bring you the next 9 darting duels to the end of the afternoon's action. Here's a reminder of what has happened so far. Viewers on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel will have seen these games, and pretty much one-sided wins all the way down to that 4-3 victory for Dom Taylor against Justin Smith. Both players had the chance to win that one, but Taylor took it to make sure he is the only player of the 6 in the group with an unbeaten record so far. We can give you an early flash of the table as well. Taylor top of it after winning those 2 matches. Justin Smith, Tony Wood, Arian Conterman and Niall Cullerton all had 1 victory. Charlie Large, the only player yet to pick up any points. Now, his next game is going to be against Dom Taylor, so he is going to have to take down the tower really to keep his hopes alive, because remember, in this group, it's such a short race that 3 matches and you're struggling to try and make it to the top 2 and qualify. But before that, the first match is Niall Cullerton against Arian Conterman, and in commentary for this session, it's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Very good afternoon, Chris, and a very good afternoon, everybody joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. And to those of you continuing watching on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, Game 7 of our session here at the Super Series, and it sees Conterman and Cullerton go toe-to-toe for a 4th time this week. Both players won 1 and lost 1 so far today, but it's been a differing in fortunes in terms of form from both players. For Arian Conterman, well, he lost out to Dom Taylor by 4 legs to 1 in his opening game, average of 83.6. In fact, he has won 5 legs so far today, and 3 of them have been with ton-topping checkouts as he beat Tony Wood by 4 legs to 1. As for Niall Cullerton, well, a big incline of performance from Game 1 to Game 2. He lost out to Tony Wood 4-0 in his opener before then getting the better of Charlie Large, putting 11 points on his average to seal a 4-2 victory. Well, we have got the former Premier League champ, Glenn Durrant, alongside me in commentary this afternoon. Glenn, been quite the session so far.
Yeah, it's been a very strange session. Like I say, one-sided victories. We did have that fantastic final game, that game between Justin Smith and Dom Taylor. It makes me feel that they're the 2 that will feel good about qualification. And for Niall Cullerton, it's been a very, very difficult week for Niall Cullerton. He realised the importance of his first game, but just didn't turn up against Tony Wood. You could see how disappointed he was.
45.
Which made his next game against Charlie so big. He got through that. Once again, he'll be 2nd best against Arian Conterman, who's been absolutely superb. So a victory here for the Irishman, the man in your picture there, would be huge here. But I've wrote this guy off, Arian Conterman, so many times this week, and he's proved me wrong. Another fantastic victory in his last game over Tony Wood. He's just put himself in a nice position now to really kickstart his campaign. So, like I say, it's been a fascinating week. We've had the good, the bad and the ugly. Right now it's about consistency for me, and this man in your picture he does ooze class.
97. Now we require 116.
Well, Conterman's already taken out a 116 today. Can Cullerton take out this particular finish to take the opening leg? This would be with throw, but doesn't find the treble 19 with the 2nd dart in hand. And so Conterman is back for 160 to take the opening leg of this one against the throw. Needs a couple of trebles here. Well, there's the first, and that sat plumb. Couldn't find the 2nd, and so Cullerton is back for 60 for the first leg.
60.
Yeah, this is the 4th time they've played this week. You'd expect the result to be Arian Conterman 4, Cullerton 2, because that's been the scoreline so far in the previous encounters. But Cullerton has an early chance here. He does love a double 10.
40.
Not this time. That will frustrate.
60.
It's Tots or Conterman for the break.
Game shot on the
Only
first
needs the
leg.
1 dart to lead Niall Cullerton by a leg to 0 here in Game 7 of our Group C campaign. Now, the other 4 players in the group you have just joined us are Charlie Large, Dom Taylor, Tony Wood and Justin Smith. They'll play for 2 spots from 6 at the top of the table. They'll join Darryl Pilgrim in the final on Saturday evening. That's going to be a 7:30 start. Then we will return tonight for Group B action
81
at the Super Series, which is going to see Denny Alder-Coulter in action alongside Scott Taylor. And joining
44.
them in our evening session here at the Super Series, it's going to be Dave Prinz, Rob Collins and Matt Dennett.
Yeah, averages of 94, 92 and just
97.
shy of 91 for Continent in victories over Culleton this week. So that tells me he likes playing gnarly, likes the pace of the game.
Whoa!
Maybe that's the reason why he's a big, big treble 20 hitter is Ariane Continent. It's his 23rd 180 of the week already.
85.
Has a little look at the scoreboard there, so he knows he's got 6 darts from here. That's difficult there to smash one through,
100.
but he found his way. 2 darts are left there. Culleton floundering a little bit on 238. His Warriors throw broken already, and once again, can he smash it through?
60.
He tried to just sort of lob over them 2 darts, so he can be aggressive on this 92. Doesn't need to play around too much, but just double 12.
80.
Looks good, doesn't he?
If Culleton can find a couple of trebles here and set up, double 6. It's in the first choice of the pros. But set up is something that you can't really do to a major degree. And so Continent back for a 2-0 lead and a comfortable
the second leg.
lead at that. And so Continent halfway towards the victory post. 16 data there. And the reason for a 2-0 lead is that chasm in the averages that you can see there.
Game on.
Yeah, he just seems to average, like I said, 91, 92 and 94 against Culleton. He's right on the button again here. Just what I call super solid. When you're averaging between 90 and 92 and just, you know, you're playing well, it's a good sign. He knows he'll need extra geese if he has
58.
aspirations of winning this week. But it's good when your B game is round about that 90 average.
$60.
And sometimes B games are enough to win here at the Super Series. You think about it. We've seen finals that have been one with averages below 80 in the past.
You get some players who have this obsession with averages, and then you get players, someone like Colin Osborne, who just it's about winning and losing. And I think that's a great mentality, because I always felt as if you play well, your averages will look after themselves. And if you're hitting doubles, your averages will look after themselves. I had a little game online myself last night, and one leg I was averaging well in the 90s, finished first dart. Second one, round low 80s because I missed 6 darts at a double.
100. Aaron, you require 170.
Just learn to win or lose, and the averages will look after themselves. But this is very, very comfortable so far for the Dutchman.
46.
As Robert Wickwood once put it.
Oh?
What did I average? I lost. Don't you start.
97.
So 1-2-4 for Continent to open up a 3-leg cushion and to accrue the double break as well. Treble 18 would have given him a dart at the bull. And it's been 56. These kind of mid-range finishes where he has flourished so far today. Culleton needs something major.
He loves the bull. I could just see there with his eye line. He was looking at that, and he's just searching for something. It's not about being disrespectful for Continent. He's just looking for something to happen this week. I said he did have that win in his last game over Charlie Large. But once again, he's been second best throughout this game.
99.
He's laid up.
Only required 68.
Because this is a 50-50 finish, 68. It's 70-30 against now. He can't do it. That's sloppy, not necessary, frustrating.
36. Now he requires 51.
So 51 for 2-1. It's top to Culleton.
It's
2-1. He pulls one back. It was just a hold, though. Needs to find a break at some point, and Continent has the advantage of throw here in the 4th to put himself too clear again, and then to put himself within a leg of the match.
90.
For the viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff, if you haven't been with us this week, we have talked an awful lot about the weight loss, about the man in your picture now. 4 stone it is, so we've been sort of chatting away about
100.
how that it can affect your game, your balance if you're throwing I've been chatting with Niall sort of on a night after the competition's finished because he didn't take it into consideration.
59.
But the greatest of them all, Phil Taylor, you know, once he said he lost all that weight that time, how it affected his game. There's someone very local to me as well as a player who lost an awful lot. So it was something I sort of
60.
looked into. And a lot of it is about your balance and the power of your arm going through that follow through there. And it's things that he hadn't thought about. But it
100.
answers a couple of questions of what's wrong with his game right now.
$57.
So opportunity here for Continent to really push clear hit advantage on throw.
60.
But only a 60 there. Opens up the door for Cullerton with a couple of trebles.
Yeah, 140 here, Henry, would be nice. Found the first treble. Now all of a sudden, not only is he back in this leg,
180.
he's become favourite.
The max there coming from the dulcet tones of Owen Binks.
180.
He's going to shout and scream
No,
again.
you record 104.
104 for Cullerton for 2 apiece. Looking for the treble 18 there to give himself a dart at double 16. And so Continent back for double 6, where he's had his trials and tribulations
46.
so far today.
Only required 12. Game show on the
Cracking
fourth.
dart there, but I think
Arian
Niall might have
Continent.
miscounted as he was going with the last dart. There you could see him looking at the scoreboard, he's just realising what he did there, but that double
Because they
three,
get
because
Niall
it's
to throw
never
first.
easy, a double three, because you,
Game on.
the figure is you're going to hit the big number, then you can be all sorts of trouble.
But Continent is a leg away from the victory post, and to put himself onto 4
26.
points alongside Dom Taylor at the top of the group. Now Taylor will have the opportunity to become the first player onto 6 and to continue his
83.
run as the only player with an unblemished record so far today. When he takes on Charlie Large, well, that's going to be a bookenders battle in Group C as top plays bottom.
140.
Yeah, just look at the
44.
demeanour of Arian all week. It looks like nothing too much will faze him. Doesn't give an awful lot away. And that's to his credit.
60. $134.
Might see Niall use the bullseye if he can find a treble with his second dart. Can't, so he'll stay there.
100.
He's really finding that treble 20 bed now. Gonna need it. Might be a little bit too little too late, you feel.
100.
It's all about the setup play now for the Irishman.
$89.
Good
Only
recovery of the last dart.
140.
So Continent for the match, and to win it in some style. So I'm going to take the 140 out, and so Cullerton should worst case scenario get a dart on the
100.
bullseye
Only
to
require 86.
bring it back to 3-2 with Continent staring down tots to complete the job.
Yeah, he's just had a shot at this already. Not to be 82, so really should look at treble 14. You can consider the bull because he likes it so much that Eri gets the treble 14.
66. And when you require 40.
An ever so impressive Arian Continent for the match.
Game
It's
shot
a
and the
4-1 victory for the
match.
Dutchman.
Arian
Over
Continent.
Niall Cullen, who once again is having his own trials and tribulations in Group C. Continent is looking good. He's wanting one of them top 2 places. He'd be a wonderful addition here on Saturday night. Very professional job. The highlight being 4 from 6 on the outer ring. Arian Continent continues to impress. One player who also impresses so far is the unbeaten Dom Taylor. He's up at next against Charlie Large.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the Continent March continues. 2 victories in a row for him, and before the break it was a 4-1 success against Niall Cullerton. Next up for us, the only player left with an unbeaten record so far in Group C, as Dom Taylor takes on Charlie Large. Charlie Large there in your picture, 18 years of age, from Waterlooville, just on the outskirts of Portsmouth. He's looking for his first win of the group, whereas the Tower is already at the top of the table. The 25-year-old from Bristol, Development Tour winner, looking to add the Super Series title to his glittering resume.
Game on.
Well, we said a couple of times this week, top against bottom. You think there's only going to be one winner in this game. He's got his own problems, you feel, Charlie, against Dom Taylor, who probably feels he can walk on water right now. He's been that good so far. But how many times has the MODUS Super Series surprised you? Could it be the case for Charlie? That's 60. A big task against a big player. Been seeing Charlie's just working on just getting over that treble 20. So when he does, he can follow it up with his next 2 darts. That is an absolute perfect example as what I would say to him. Don't worry about the 180s too much. Use that first dart to get over. But this guy, he's an elite player in my opinion. It won't be any surprise to me to see him one day to be a professional dart player. He's already applied his trade in Pro Tours and plays championships.
91.
He's gone through the development tours, challenge tours, and like I said, he's at that real crossroads right now. And I just feel a MODUS Super Series victory and get him into Champions
60.
Week. And
Charlie Rick 136.
Showcase all his talents.
136 for Large get on the board. And it's a big year for Dom Taylor because it's the first year he's been ineligible for the development tour because he's turned the age of 25. And so in darting terms, you then have to learn to stand on your own 2 feet. And sometimes that could be a little bit easier for some players than it is for others.
100.
Big credit to Charlie Large. Now put this one away, Charlie.
Game show the first.
A fantastic leg of darts for Charlie. I did panic a little bit after he lost his previous game. I thought not only is it going to be a long day for him, it's going to be a long couple of days. But that gives me hope. A 13 dart. He has to be telling himself that. And I'll be just shown a little bit more. I'd say when Dom hits a double, he'll give it a bit of a fist pump.
95.
And that's what I would recommend to Charlie as well. Yeah, that's been his problem so far. Just going underneath the treble for fear of repeating ourselves. But just for the people joining us here on Sporty Stuff, that's the kind of issues he's been having in preparation for this game. And that'd be meat and drink for someone like Dom Taylor.
98.
Class act.
Now, what we do know from Charlie Large here at the Super Series, he's a player that tends to get better as the groups go along. Oh, that's unlucky. That basically crashed off the barrel of the first dart and out of the bed again.
Doesn't happen when you're top of the table, Henry.
But as I say, we know that he gets better as the groups go along, as the days go along.
58.
If he can find a way of getting off to quicker starts in groups, shall we say, he's going to be a player at some point will get over that line and get into the final. Of course, it's not out of the equation here, but what he does do by losing his first 2 games is give himself work to do. But he is doing the business here to some tune against Dom Taylor, averaging 106.
60.
And now on top against the darts.
Yeah, we did potentially call it, and he liked the response there from Don, who seems to be fighting with himself there. And the darts are going in just much more. I'm just close your eyes
60.
and listen to the dart on the board. There was times there where the dart was barely landing. That's because he's not pushing his arm through. No such problem for Dom Taylor. Them darts are going in with real authority. I just want to get his line and length back.
Charlie Rick 164.
That's shown in diagram B.
It's going to be an A-star finish on what is A-level results day. And for those of you who are tuning in and got your results for the day, I've got family members picking up respected qualifications today. Good luck. I hope the results are everything that you want.
It could be a bullseye what Dom needs here. Exactly that. Didn't even look at the treble. Centre of the board.
47. Charlie requires 60.
He's frustrated, and Charlie must capitalise. All about the angle of the dart going in here. He has to move, but a lot of the left-hand side of that top's bed
Game shot in the
smack
second
bang
leg.
in the middle.
Charlie Large.
We talked about seeing the best and the worst of play so far. Charlie Large is just demonstrating
against Charlie
real
to throw
quality
first.
right now.
Game on.
It hasn't been the case so far today.
30 darts for 2 legs. It's all you need. The moniker
77.
consistency, as we like to call it.
He must be about 6'5", is Dom.
100.
First week he played here in Portsmouth. He played on the same week as Jack Main. And put it this way, stood between them two, I felt like a little figurine.
45.
Just looking good, isn't he?
140.
Despite the fact he's 2-0 down. That'll be a surprise to him. When he walked on that stage, he was a heavy, heavy favourite.
$59.
Interesting, just having a look at the odds compilers. Charlie Large went into this as the 5-2 outsider. Don Taylor was a heavy favourite. He was 2-7 on to claim the points in this particular match. However, Taylor, who was broken in the previous leg, may well bring this game back on throw in the next few moments.
130.
130.
You do feel it's a young man's game at the moment. They don't have any fear. Treble 18 is the shot for double 8.
Game shot in the third
Absolutely
leg.
quality there from Dom Taylor. And there's that fist pump I'm talking about. And that's what I would recommend to Charlie Large. Just not only does it hurt as a player, but when you're seeing your opponents celebrate as well, because it means something. I think Charlie could learn something from that finish from Don Taylor, but he continues to impress. And then you hit the most stunning 130, and then you hit a little 5. That's darts for you.
79.
But for a player like Charlie Large, this is what this competition is what is so good for him is, of course he's here to win, and of course he's in this competitive environment. But you can also,
44.
you're going to spend a lot of time in practice rooms with established pros or people that have been doing good stuff within the game. And so you've got a real good learning opportunity. I remember the first time that Owen Bates stepped through these doors. And I remember the week he was in. He was doing some real experienced campaigners, the likes of Colin Osborne, the likes of Leonard Gates. And one thing he did was he observed everything that the other players did. He wasn't afraid to pick the brains of
96.
more experienced, more established pros than himself. And he's tried to use that to better himself as a player.
I know it's not about me, but in 2011, when I joined the BDO circuit, I would watch Martin Adams. What time did he get to the venue? What train? Did they get there a day early? And I learned and learned and learned so much. So when I became what I fancied, where I could go to tournaments and win, I'd already learned from the best. So good stuff there from Owen Bates.
Is that why you learnt the commentary from Chris Murphy and not myself?
Exactly that.
140.
Leaves a 2-darter for Taylor. Charlie Large has gone just a little bit missing here. He was averaging over 100 going into the third leg.
76.
His average is decreasing,
96.
whereas Dom Taylor once again 95.67 he had in his last.
88.
He's just beginning to come good. Once again, averaging 95 here. Be disappointed with that miss on the double 8, but no panic just yet. Looking good for 2-2.
All Charlie Large can do is hit big and then hope. He's going to have to do a lot of hoping. Left himself on 127, but Taylor for 2-2. Looking at double 4. And Izzy begin. Oh, he thought it was in. He began to make the walk. He's had to step back. And now readjust to double 2. And Large is going to get his chance.
Charlie required 127.
It's a little chance for Large. It's just the one treble needed. Treble 19 being it. The bull. What a steal.
77.
It looked like it was just the 25 bed there. No more messing around with Dom Taylor. He stayed super focused. Doesn't want to go to double 1. But it might suit his height in his game better. Big dart.
big moment.
No score.
But it comes and goes. And he knows
Charlie
the
requires
significance of
50.
it because he was beginning to turn the screw in the match. And now Charlie Large is going to come back for a couple in hand at double 16 for a 3-1 lead. Didn't like the first dart. Will love the second. And now he's throwing for the match, and he is throwing to get the better of Dom Taylor. Now remember, these two started the game with Taylor top of the table and Large bottom of the pile. But a victory here would mean that every single player would be within a couple of points of each other, no matter what happens in the final game of the third cycle when Smith takes on Wood.
Yeah, I've just realised the issue here. After that second win, I said Dom Taylor will now go through the card. My fault.
58.
This is great for Charlie Large. It's not easy to watch people struggling up there. This will give him all the confidence in the world. As Henry alluded to, he does seem to get better as the day goes on.
80.
And that will frustrate.
However, he has had a few bounce outs so far, and that's something he may have to work on. Is it because the darts stand up so much to attention that if one hits the previous one exactly, there's no chance it's always going to bounce out?
58.
Yeah, just look at his fingers on the point of release there and the way the darts are going in the board. They're not going in, they're not being thumped in. A lot of wristy action there, and I guess if he doesn't get that
58.
timing right, that's my belief of the bounce outs. And when it crashes into other tungsten, whereas that is going in with real authority. Look at that follow through of that dart, and fingers are touching the carpet.
60.
But Charlie is leading 3-1. He's 60 ahead here. Just one treble. Not
57.
to be chance for Taylor. It's an outside chance, 100 behind, so you feel the 2 treble visit required.
It's now in the hands of Charlie Large to get the job done and to complete a 4-1
100.
victory as Taylor remonstrates himself after the last start finds the treble bed. And so 6 on 2-2-1 for Charlie Large to complete the job.
99.
Even self on 1-2-2 to do exactly that.
He's holding really the back of the dart is Charlie.
65.
Both now on a finish.
22.
We'll be looking at treble 18. So just as a look there, you can't mess about with Dom Taylor. He's going to have to try and bash that through to the treble 18. An important dart. He must stay straight.
86.
What a fabulous dart.
Don't you require 160.
Fabulous dart. It's going to take something special from the tower here.
It's Hail Mary time. It's another treble, which would have left tops, and so Large to inflict defeat
100.
upon Taylor for the
Johnny
first
require
time in this
36.
group, and to really congeal things in Group C. Double 18 is the intended target.
No
The 3
score.
match darts have come and gone for Charlie Large.
Don't you require 60.
Interesting times. I say that because if this goes, Charlie will be thinking M3 dart at double 18. He won't want to look here. And that's the
Game
reason
show on
why.
the fifth leg.
Remember that
Dom
moment,
Taylor.
3 missed darts for Charlie Large. And then on his final dart, Dom Taylor pinches it. This could be a tough
See if
couple of
against
minutes
Dom
now for
to throw
Charlie, because that
first.
was with his
Game
darts
on.
as well. I was talking to Scott Mitchell this week, and just something Scott once said. He said in an interview, I've had my chance, I failed, but next time I get a chance, I'm going to take it. It was something that I sort of held on to
57.
in my career as well. It's really tough because Charlie's throwing darts now, and look, his mind's going to be on double 18. Only the greats can forget them opportunities and move on to the next darts. And that's where you live and
93.
learn every time you're playing up there.
$100. $58.
just gone a little quiet. I'm trying to work out which one that will suit for, but Dom Taylor's right back in that treble 20 bed.
140.
It's looking good for 3-3, and then you've got to make Dom with a momentum favourite, even though Charlie will have the darts in the last leg. Willie Rue, those 3 darts, missed the double 18.
And it'd be interesting because people are talking about Dom Taylor being the standout player in the group, but he may well be the one that's having to go to the well more than most, because if he can win this leg, it'll mean 2 of his 3 matches have gone all the way to last leg deciders. He had to go all the way against Justin Smith. 4-3. He won that last game before our mini interval before joining Sporty Stuff TV. And although it is a 4-1 success against Ariane Contman, he had to run his coattails at times in that one. This to send us all the way to a last leg decider.
52.
Needs a 2-darter.
Charlie Rock 154.
This would be special. He's had bigger finishes on this stage. He's got to go back to them good moments. Put some pressure on the 52.
60.
Not really. Chance for Taylor.
52.
A big chance for 3-3.
And so, double 16 to send us the distance, to send us all the way. Big dart incoming, but a big dart missed. And so Charlie Large, who's already missed 3 match darts at double 18 in the previous leg, now has another opportunity to get over the line and to beat Dom Taylor.
2-darter, double 19, 1's in. What a finish from Charlie Large. He's been through absolutely everything so far. I can tell you that smile is relief. Are we now going to see the best of Charlie Large? For Dom Taylor, that'll be confusing, because he felt he'd done the hard work. He got that match right in the power events, the 3-3, but Charlie Large with an absolutely superb finish and using them 2 doubles on 19s for a big, big victory. Next up, it's Tony Wood against Justin Smith.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Charlie Large inflicted a first defeat upon Dom Taylor in the group, a 4-2 victory. Dom Taylor, well, missing a plethora of doubles, 11 in the end. Large getting over the line by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, Justin Smith, who, well, he was ultra impressive against Dom Taylor before the break, but lost out by 4 legs to 3. He won his opening game against Charlie Large by 4 legs to 0. Tony Wood did exactly the same, beating Noel Cullerton 4-0, before then finding himself on the reverse of a 4-1 scoreline against Adian Conterman.
A real clash of styles here. The more methodical Tony Wood. He'd be very frustrated the way them first 2 games went, because his darts were, they were flying all over in the 1s and 5s. He wasn't very consistent at all. What is clear, though, is if Tony Wood gets down to a double, he doesn't often miss them, and that's why he's nicknamed the Pincher. He might need to against Justin Smith, who's looked excellent today. He looked pretty desperate after his defeat to Dom Taylor, but the positives totally outweighed the negatives. I thought he was superb. He had a couple of darts to win that game, and we talk about front runners, and I think Justin Smith would have really kicked on. But you've got to put that to one side and think, well, I've got Tony Wood here.
180.
He'll fancy his chances here, the way Tony's been playing. Then you get up there and you can see Tony absolutely flying. You think, why me?
45.
Mario Balotelli-esque. His only assist in Premier League history was to set up the Aguero goal in 2012 against Queen's Park Rangers.
That's why I love sitting with you.
100.
Pity you weren't like that at the quiz on Monday. Smith's a long way behind you in this first leg. It's been a great start from Tony Wood.
58. Tony require 121.
Use the bullseye first dart. No panic with Justin in the 300s. Very old school is Tony. Like a golfer, just laying up.
59.
And I just feel if you're going to lay up, maybe the bullseye in that last dart. Leaves a 2-darter. Now, 62 is a 2-darter. Maybe
96.
The focus is purely that he wants to leave 62. A certain double. Should be treble 10. And you're just thinking there, do I want to finish on tops or do I want to finish on 18s? That's what you're doing. Sometimes you can't realise what 62 minus 6 is. Well, it's tops, Tony.
Game shown the first
The Pincher.
leg.
Just give him a dart or a double, Henry, and he'll hit it.
Well, it wasn't a pinch of a first leg because he absolutely dominated that. Justin Smith did not get out the blocks at all. 15-darter, and the bearded dragon was nowhere to be seen. He was a mythical beast in that first leg.
He'll be very disappointed if he doesn't get through this game.
100.
I think as they walked on the stage, Justin will have been a favourite. Tony at 6-4. Could be good value for a lot of my friends in the Northeast. But remember, if you're gambling, gamble responsibly. 18+, be gambleaware.org.
180.
Tony Wood is beginning to find his feet today. He's arguably the top dog in the Northeast at the moment. Wins an awful lot of tournaments.
125.
And then first 2 games will have been slightly concerning. He just seems to be righting those wrongs.
First ever player to hit a 9-darter in ADC tournament history is
41.
Tony Wood.
Doesn't often go down to the 19s, and just if you're watching this back, you don't often miss the treble 19.
$80. Justin, you require 139.
Well, the first 2 legs have been a complete contrast for Justin Smith.
So 62 left. You're just double checking there.
87.
Needs a 2-darter. Job done. Over to Tony Wood to put some pressure on that 52 finish.
Pressure. Will it be applied?
140.
Yes is the answer.
Justin, you require 52.
To avoid himself being broken, he's going to get 2 in hand at double 16. Only needs the 1. And so Justin Smith levels up at 1 apiece. 14-darter. We're incrementally getting better by 1. It's 1 apiece.
Philip gets Tony to throw first. Game on.
There was 7 missed darts at double that came back to cost Justin Smith in his game against Dom Taylor. Taylor 4 out of 6 on the finishing.
60.
The issue may be for Justin. I know he had the opportunity to get the game won, but he was kind of slow out the traps in that one. And
81.
wasn't in the end able to get away with it.
Just a quick look into Group B tonight, Henry. Anyone you particularly fancy there? You got to fancy the two guys from Group A, surely.
100.
Yeah, Matt Dennett, Scott Taylor, Rob Collins, Denny Coulter and Dave Prins, the 5-player lineup for tonight's action. As you know, I've been talking up Scott Taylor for quite a while now. I think he's the real deal. Denny Coulter, you've got to be impressed with what you're seeing from him this week. New group, you look at that set of players you think he'd get out of. And I look at the 3 players that come in and think Matt Dennett's probably the best placed player to make his way through. He usually tends to get through to Saturday night here at the Super Series, and so you'd fancy his chances of doing exactly that again.
Yeah, second favourite for the overall at the beginning of Monday was Matty Dennett. Tony Wood, quite impressive here. 60, ton 140, leave him 201 after 9. Is where you want your setup play to really kick. And be disappointed with that chance for Smith.
If he can cram in a couple of trebles here.
97. Tony record 155.
Not left to finish, but just keeps himself within touching distance of Tony Wood.
The pincher for double 19. One of the most difficult finishes.
136.
Fantastic effort there from Tony Wood. All Justin Smith can do once again is set up. It's in the hands of Tony Wood.
It would have been the biggest finish of the week so far. The previous biggest has come from Justin at 150.
You're looking at the eyes of 3 or the 17. You don't want to hit the 17, but it's double 8. Been good on his doubles so far. When he needs it most.
3.
It's not
Justin
to be.
requires 78.
Chance for Smith, and without the figure again, if I repeat myself, he wasn't getting these chances in Group A. Double 12, and that's what I like about him. Just a little bit of composure.
Game shown the third leg.
He has that little bit of composure.
Smith.
That's what he can do. And he pinches the leg from the pincher.
4th leg, it's Justin to
Importantly as well, a breaker throw for Justin Smith. He is in full control, full command of this game, leading 2-1. Work for that man to do. I'll tell you what, if that's the shirt he's got for today, I wonder what on earth he's got in the wardrobe for the ADC game on Saturday.
Oh, he's got worse. Oh, sorry, better.
$60.
What's your favourite shirt out there? Which player?
$140.
And I'm not allowed to say the Martin Adams 5 o'clock shirt.
I thought it was fantastic. Be close for me. That's not close enough for Tony Wood right now. His power score, and he's had a couple of 140s, a couple of 180s
57.
in this game. You seem to have been going missing now. Scores are 60 and 57 so far in this leg.
53.
Not punished by Smith.
Tell you what, I do like Tony O'Shea's latest get-up.
Another player on holiday, I think. I see that.
Is he?
I think I've seen a snap of him watching his beloved Stockport County somewhere. I think a lot of dart players are using this week and next week to get away.
Feels like the world of darts is on holiday at the minute.
I'm off Sunday.
140.
Yeah, giddy up.
And you didn't think to invite me?
September we're going away, aren't we? Or October? Should go downstairs. He'll stay there.
96.
Perfect marker.
Just need require 111.
For the Nelson.
Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. Ay, caramba!
4th flag.
Justin Smith, that was incredible. A 111 to put himself 3-1 up against Tony Wood. 3 out of 3 on the finishing. This is another impressive performance. And we said, is the Bearded Dragon going to come out to play? Well, we are getting some telltale signs here.
He did say throughout his Group A campaign
60.
That when he walked into the venue, when all players were on 0 points, we may see the best of Justin Smith. As he walked off the stage with a frustrating defeat to Dom
85.
Taylor, where he was excellent, averaged over 95. He had to remind himself of the positives of there. He's looking really, really good. He'll want to put this game to bed now because Tony is like one of those terriers just biting at the ankles.
60.
But talent-wise, the guy walking in your picture right now, Justin Smith, has it all. I've never, ever doubted his ability.
51.
However, I have doubted his application.
Remember, you can keep in contact with us at the Super Series. It's at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter,
100.
and Instagram. And actually, if you are watching us maybe from a beach somewhere, I don't know, Lanzarote or something like that, then why don't you tweet us? Where are you watching us in the world? We'll
57.
make sure that we get them posted and we'll get them read out here in the commentary box.
$43.
I wonder whether we can get photos from 3 different continents. There we go. That's the challenge.
75.
Sounds good to me. At MSS Darts, give us a follow. Gone a little bit quiet for Justin Smith right now. We did say Tony Wood is like a little terrier. That's his third of the match.
180.
Just a little bit inconsistent today, Tony. But the game's there. Representing our region in the ADC Northeast.
49.
And here's a big battle on Saturday night for the Northeast title against Davy Prinzer we'll see tonight. 2 darter tops.
Game's on the 5th leg. Tony Wood.
3-2, but Justin Smith, importantly here, has the darts in the 6th to get the job done, to get himself over the line.
Justin to throw first. Game on.
Many people said that they couldn't envisage a scenario where this man wouldn't be into Saturday evening. And these people may well be game by game be proven right.
He's still biting at the ankles though, so still plenty of work for Smith to do.
100.
Tony Wood is going nowhere.
$100.
Quality darts from Smith. 2 trebles needed, Tony. Advantage
41.
Smith.
And it's in the palm of the hands of the bearded dragon, who is looking to breathe fire in his week, which has been a bit hit and miss thus far. Group A was a campaign of trials and tribulations.
$100.
You feel the pace is a little bit slow. I think we've been spoilt this week with real speed merchants. But like you said, if you're going to win it this week, you've got to be versatile. That's exactly what Justin's demonstrating here. I'm much prefers playing the quicker players, I'm sure. But he's put a very, very nice performance on here. Nothing to separate him in the numbers. But Justin Smith has a big, big chance for another 2 points here, especially if Tony can't find a treble here.
100.
Keeps himself just above the parapet.
Well, we've already seen him take out a 111. Is he going to finish off with a 109? He's going to get a dart. A double 16 to complete the job for 2.
93.
Moves inside, and so Wood has a big chance at the 160.
When your mind goes blank there, you have to feel a little bit there for Justin Smith. You'll feel he was coming back. He is coming back. And And this is
60.
to join the players at the top on
Justin
4
requires
points.
16.
Justin Smith, double 8.
Game
It's
shot of
jubilant
the match.
Justin as he gets over
Justin
the line
Smith.
against Tony Wood. Another cracking game. Not an awful lot to separate them, but it's the 2 points of the bearded dragon, a man from Wales. Fantastic on the outer ring there, 4 from 6, but the high check out, the 1-1-1 was the big positive there for Justin Smith. He's making his move. For Tony Wood, just a little bit inconsistent, 3 maximums there. Gives him hope that his game is still there. Another big game coming up next. It's Ariane Konterman against Charlie Large.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to what is turning into a very, very unpredictable Group C here at the MODUS Super Series. If we take a look at the results so far today, you'll see Dom Taylor, the favourite, was beaten by Charlie Large a couple of games ago. Large hadn't won a game to that point. Ariane Konterman, a 4-1 win and a 4-1 defeat in there. In fact, 2 4-1 wins for the Dutchman, and that pair are playing next. Justin Smith just got the better of Tony Wood. If you look at the league table, you'll see that at the top of it is now Smith alongside Konterman and Taylor. The Dutchman can go clear at the top, but if Large wins, then they'll all still be just 2 points separating all of the players. To talk you through this, it's Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, Charlie Large back in action, having picked up his first win against the then unassailable
First look at Ariane to throw
Dom
first.
Taylor.
Game on.
Ariane Konterman will see opportunity knocking here to move himself to the summit of the table once again, and maybe we are beginning to see
137.
a little bit of a 3-horse race developing. We may well see huge chasms in this group by the end of this round of fixtures, because
80.
depending on the results of the next 3 games, there could be 4 points splitting the top 3 from the bottom 3, and we may already know the destiny of who may and who may not
125.
be into Saturday night.
Yeah, once again, Konterman out the traps quickly.
140.
But wouldn't it be incredible for Charlie Large to be on 4 points after these games? It was a terrible start for him, wasn't it?
60.
He has an opportunity against a real inform Ariane Konterman. Charlie Large just beginning to demonstrate his qualities as well. He's finding that treble 20 bed.
134.
This looks like a totally and utterly different player to the man who played his first 2 games today. Isn't it great to see?
99. Charlie Rick 147.
147 and frame for Charlie Large. Not to be this time, and so Konterman comes back for 80 to take a 1-0 lead with the darts.
Aaron, you require 80.
Bullseye.
55.
Doesn't get much closer than
Charlie
that.
Rick,
He's
89.
been frustrated with the first dart, and Charlie Large will be looking at the treble 19 section. Possibly the bullseye for him now, not double 5. I was going to say,
84.
don't go low. If you're going to miss it, go
25.
big. It will drop. Frustrating miss of a dart. He's only going to get a 1 dart or a double. And that was a little bit
21.
scruffy there from
Charlie
Ariane
required
Kunterman,
5.
and not too many times this week have I said that.
It's double 2 for Charlie Large to break the throw and to take a 1-0 lead. Can he just pitch it just above? Had to move across. And
Aim shot on
finds
the
the
first
intended
there.
target.
Charlie
Excellent
Large.
last start there from Charlie Large. A break of throw against Ariane Kunterman. He leads by a leg to 0.
Second against Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we have so many numbers at me and Henry are looking at the moment. I'm just thinking if Charlie can get through this game.
57.
4 players on 4 points. I know it's very early, but it does whet the appetite for the rest of it. It's something that Chris Murphy touched on when he said a very
96.
unpredictable group so far. And I couldn't have put that any better, really. There was a potential that Dom Taylor was going to run away with things until this man halted him in his tracks.
58. $80.
Now, as far as the odds compilers are concerned in this game, now, Charlie Large once again going against the grain as far as the bookies are concerned. He went off the 5-2 outsider, as he did against Dom Taylor. Ariane Kunterman went off 2-7 heavy favourite.
100. $94.
Lovely final dart there for Charlie. Needs to move.
58. Charlie Rock 158.
Finish, but it's advantage large here. This would be for a 2-0 lead. Can he find one of his trebles? He doesn't like that light. He wants to stay there, but he very sensibly uses the bulk because it leaves a 2-darter. Highest finish of the week so far has been 150. I think he fancied that after the first dart. Wonderful setup play.
$42. Only required 28. Game
Double
shot on the
14
second
found
leg.
to level up for
Ariane
Kunterman. 1-1.
Yeah, the highest finish being
So look, it's
150.
Ariane
I've
to
said
throw
3
first.
times today.
Game.
How could I forget that unbelievable moment for Darryl Pilgrim? The losing highest ever average here. The 9 dart at the highest ever average.
137.
And the cherry on the cake being a 170 finish. Glenn Durrant must do better.
57. $99. $84.
Should see Kunterman go downstairs here.
27.
No player really taking ascendancy here. There's that dreaded first. I can see the disappointment, but one big success so far today for Charlie has been his treble 19 hitting. That transition from treble 20 to treble 19 has been good.
85.
What a fantastic last start there from Kunterman.
$84. Only required 153.
So 6 darts and 153 for Kunterman to take a 2-1 lead in this one.
56.
Doesn't really polish it up as much as he would have liked to, and so it does present the opportunity here for Large if he can, well, even if he finds just the 1 treble here, he's going to have to find something now.
One of his trademark treble 19s for me.
75.
Once again,
Only
uses
required
that middle of the
97.
board very, very well. 78 left, so you look at the 18s bed for double 12.
Game shot on the third
Very,
leg.
very clean,
Ariane
very
Kunterman.
confident is Ariane Kunterman. There's a real opportunity to go top of the table here on 6 points.
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
I think Continent will feel that it can go into his last game with Justin Smith with a real carrot.
140.
Top in the group overnight.
Now, we did ask you where you're watching
96.
from. Tweet us at MSS Darts from wherever you're tuning in to us throughout the world. We've had a tweet from Parley Hitter, who is watching from Nantucket, USA.
58.
A decent swimming pool as well.
Olympic size one, it looks like it.
140.
Do you ever get the chance to play in the States?
No, I had the pleasure of representing England in Canada. North America is my only experience of going over there.
97.
I think I might be doing something with Danny Baggish next year. With this talk about something that Stephen Bunton and Ross Smith have just done as well. But no, it's
57.
The darts at the Big Apple the past couple of years to the BDC has been absolutely brilliant. The crowd this year was massive, wasn't it?
Darts in North America is booming. It's the next big hotspot in the world. There's just no doubt about it. Look at the talent that's coming through. Look at the events that they're putting on. It's ready to burst out there. Is Charlie Large ready to burst into life with a 148 finish?
The 2-2.
$63. Aaron, you require
Use that middle of the board
170.
once again to leave a 2-darter. We have seen the 170 this week, I promise you.
105. Charlie require 85.
Treble 15. The bullseye.
60.
There was almost a nod in the
recording
background there by Ariane Kontman, almost in four. Well, now he finds the bullseye. When he wanted the 25, it was roles reversal, and the double 4 doesn't go.
Charlie
And
require
so Large
25.
for 2-2, 125.
Big moments.
5.
Just not up to the task
Aaron, you
there
require 8.
for Continent. You can see this double 4 for a big 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
Quality
fourth
dart.
leg.
You can see
Ariane
exactly
Kontman.
how much it meant to him with his reaction at the end there. Just has a little look up and just goes through his pre-dart
Fifth leg, it's
routine.
Ariane to throw first.
His to
Game
lose
on.
from here.
It is in his hands, and Charlie Large knows as he shakes his head and looks to the heavens. However, there may have been a
41.
godlike bit of luck there for him, that clattering from Continent.
But again, his mindset is still on that double 10. It's very difficult to shake off that little devil that jumps onto your shoulder that you're trying to
57.
brush aside. And there's a fantastic side view of the player's throw.
60.
Very compact, isn't it? Very Martin Schindler-esque.
$58.
Very mechanical,
45.
isn't it? Lot going on with the hand. Just look as he brings it back and lets go there. Look, just watch the dart itself.
180.
As long as you get the desired outcome, that's what it's all about.
58.
This would be for a break of throat. Important moments to Charlie Large.
$58.
Good players find
140.
ways to
Sorry,
claw themselves back
148.
into legs. And is that what Continent has just done there? Or has Charlie got something large in his arsenal?
96. Aaron, you record 157.
To win in style.
41. Charlie required 52.
This is for a break. This is a 3-2. And to keep himself flickering in this game.
20. And you require 160.
Really important use of the word flickering, because that's where this throw's all about. Connachtman's going to get a dart for the match.
96.
He had done it before. He did it against Dom Taylor. That was to win the first leg of the match. He needed to complete the match to the 116.
Aim on the fifth.
But Charlie Large does get the break. He brings it back to 3-2 and now throwing to send us all the way to a deciding leg.
Sixth leg, it's Charlie to throw first.
Continent has had a dart at tops to complete the job. That's come and gone.
59.
Trebleless again, though, so chance very early in this leg for Continent. And what a riposte.
180.
Absolutely sensational. Darts is about timing. Charlie Large is just getting himself back into this match with that double 16.
57.
But opens up with 59 and 57. Continent once again, big, big favourite. Has he sped up just a little bit, Henry?
100.
He may have, but he may have just realised that the finishing line is within his sights and may have found a bit of excitement in that.
58.
He is motoring towards that line. He's running towards that line.
140.
He can see that finishing line in sight.
That first dart was just absolute perfection for Ariane. Great players can do it just at the right time.
57.
For Ariane Continent. This has been a sensational leg of darts for the match. That's wild.
69.
But he's coming back. Double six upon his return. And Charlie needs to find the treble here to leave himself on a finish, and it would be the fish.
60.
He's not going to do that. And so Continent's got another six, a double six to move him on to 6 points.
No
but he's
score.
gone the other side. He's busted into the double 10.
And Charlie Large is thinking, why have my last 12 darts just been 57, 58, 57 and 60? Because you can't buy your treble at the moment,
58.
Charlie. No more messing about
12.
for the Dutchman. He's done this before.
6. Charlie require 152.
Well, this would be not just game-changing, but potentially group-changing, because this is a sort of game where there's either going to be a case of the player being level on
70.
points or a 4-point buffer,
6.
because Ariane Continent comes back for double 3. He's split for double 2. Change of tack does not give him a change of fortunes.
Charlie require 82.
This would be the most incredible leg of darts. You'd be looking at the centre of the board, an area of the board is used an awful lot in this game. He's going to get a dart at tops for 3-3. This is incredible. Unbelievable leg of darts here at the MODUS Super Series. Not once was he in that leg of darts. He'd resigned himself to defeat. Penny for your thoughts, Ariane Continent.
Game on.
Very interesting 3 darts coming up here. Could it be a hangover of that previous leg?
67.
Big last dart. Charlie Large was on 270 when Ariane Continent had his first match dart.
96.
He was in a different postcode. He was in a different county. But he hung in with the task, and as the misses began to accrue from Continent,
140.
he managed to find that clutch dart at tops. He knew he only had one opportunity to do it. He took that one opportunity.
137.
This is testing the mettle of Ariane Continent. We've complimented him this week on his strength of character and his determination. Defeat here would be tough to ask, but scores of 140 and 121 tells you an awful lot about the Dutchman. But Charlie's only 100 behind. He was going for the 18 there because
43.
he could see that carrot of 170. How many times have we said, advantage Continent?
But this time he has to make it count.
95.
Big last dart there to leave himself on 78 after 12. Charlie needs to find something large. At the least,
41.
Wow.
Only requires 78.
That's incredible. It gives Conterman another 6 to complete the job. But he is going to miss the big
38.
number again.
What an incredible sequence of events in this game. It's had every equation. But right now, the bottom line for Conterman,
40.
he's got 3 darts for the match.
Go
It's a case of missed opportunities, but in the end, he gets over the winning line, and he's the first player to go 6 points. That's a relieved Dutchman as he walks off. Forget about the averages there. The missed darts at the doubles there ruined everything there. For Conterman, it was about the 2 points, and in the end, he got there. As we move on to a next game, it's Justin Smith against Niall Cullerton.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Ian Conterman has pulled off a big victory against Charlie Large by 4 legs to 3. It means he becomes the first player to move on to 6 points in the group as Justin Smith and Niall Cullerton go toe-to-toe next. Yes, Justin, you're playing Niall. Yes, that's Niall. You don't have to tap him on the back. Justin Smith on 4 points in the group, having won 2 of his first 3 games. As for Cullerton, looking to draw level on points with a bearded dragon.
Yeah, interesting enough, in the head-to-head so far, it's the man in your picture who's won 2 games out of the 3. He's probably second favourite for this game in his mind.
Throw first. Game
Expertly
on.
refereed by Owen Binks. This is the time, I believe, for Justin to shine in this game.
100.
The opportunity of 6 points has to be the target. He'll feel he's got the game to beat Niall, but he'll be well aware that he's played him 3 times already. They'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Time to see the best from the bearded dragon.
100.
Well, the bookmakers have Justin Smith as a 1-2 favourite to go on to win this game. Niall Cullerton, the outsider, at 6-4. But 6-4 is
140.
big odds for a player of Niall Cullerton's quality. Because you just know, even though he's not having the week that he would have so desired,
75.
you just know that at some point he can put something in.
$43.
It is Smith with the darts, who's got 6 darts to set up from 2-6.
59.
Leads himself on 167 after 12. But Cullerton against the throw can leave it much more handy, and he's going to leave it much more handy. He's going to leave it
140.
just as much as handy as you can get.
167.
That's a great start from Cullerton here.
99.
Justin's been involved in some
78.
great games already today. He doesn't want to miss the 18s bed. He doesn't. So you'll feel he's got a dart at tops. That's perfection.
58.
Once again, just goes low, and he's
requires
exactly
68.
what he's telling himself. Just a little bit more composure. Double 4 for Smith. Big dart already in this game.
$64. Now we require 20.
For the break, double 10. Now up for fives.
Game
to
show
take
the
the
first
opening leg
leg.
against
Niall
the throw.
Cullerton.
Niall Cullerton leads Justin Smith by a leg to nil.
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first.
It's interesting how you can have head-to-heads against players, and some people can just have that record against you, which you can't sort of get off your back. I remember
58.
a Yorkshireman by the name of Gary Thompson. Do you remember him?
The recliner.
I think I played him 9 times and beat him once. It was just the most...
100.
There was no reason behind it. I'm just thinking right now, is Justin Smith sick of the sight of Niall Cullerton? Niall Cullerton's
40.
4 points came against Justin Smith in Group A.
I don't know whether sick of the sight of it's the appropriate phrase, because they couldn't seem to have got enough of each other in the practice darts. It's been less of a head-to-head between each other, more of a heart-to-heart.
$45.
Now you've seen all the players now on the spot. You normally, predictions are normally spot on. Which two do you see coming through the group now?
Look, I said Dom Taylor from before the first dart, and I'm not going to go against that, but I'm going to sit on the fence and say the second spot goes between Ariane and Justin. Boring Henners.
96.
How about stating the obvious?
I thought that was what we were meant to do.
Justin, you require 105.
105 for Smith to level up and to get the break back. Treble 15. I decided to go treble 19.
There's so many players are doing that now, aren't there, in 85?
84. Now we require 139.
Treble 19. Don't bust it.
99. Justin, you require 21. Game shown the second leg.
Nice
Justin
and clinical
Smith.
from Smith. He's just showing them signs. And sometimes in the MODUS Super Series, people just get better and better during the week. I mean, there's no way
Third
Darrell
against Justin
Pilgrim
to
can go
throw
any
first.
higher than the high he had on Tuesday. It
Game.
was just the most incredible sequence of darts, but you don't win anything by winning Group A, apart from a couple of days off. How many times have we seen from
96.
Saturday night? That player was just getting better and better throughout. And we did call it. We did feel that Justin Smith nowhere near could play as bad as he did in his Group A campaign.
81.
He just has the opportunity right now. If he can get through this game, he can join Conterman on 6 points. And like I said, you feel he's one of them front runners, and that last game he will have against guess who?
40.
Ariane Conterman. That may well be the... But that could be a head-to-head that could be
121.
king-making, really, couldn't it? Because if someone can pick up 4 points on that particular duel, on that particular head-to-head, well, they put themselves in the box seat for qualification, whether that's P1 or
40.
P2.
And once again, the way that first dart was sitting, treble 19 was the shot. He could be the thorn in the side, could Niall Cullerton.
41.
Not with darts like that, but he's still got advantage in this leg. It's Justin's darts as well. This would be a big breaker throw. He needs one of his big scores. The Maverick, we've called him.
100.
The type of player that he is. He can just go through a minute or 2 minutes of absolute stardom. I mean, unbelievable darts. We just haven't seen enough of that this week from Justin
81.
Smith.
$65.
He's himself on a finish on 160. Cullerton looking to set up, though, for the breaker throw.
$43. Justin, you require 160.
Just gone a little bit quiet this game. That might suit Smith. I like what he's doing right now. That's a sign of maturity. Come on, he's saying to himself. I like that. Shows he cares, if that makes sense.
60. Now
He's
you
a two
require
darter.
134.
Options on 134 for players. Tops, is it? Very safe tops, wasn't it?
94.
Big moments
Justin,
now.
you require 100.
Because the Smith throw is under all sorts of turmoil, and you expect that he's going to have to take this ton out. He's going to get 2 at tops to do exactly that. Double 10, open bed to aim at. Did not look comfortable and begins to remonstrate at himself as Cullerton closes in on the break.
Game shot
Finding the tops to do exactly that, and he puts himself 2-1 to the good, accruing the break upon Justin Smith.
Fourth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Who looks as if he is seething at the back of the stage.
Yeah, welcome to Charlie Gray, who's watching. Charlie's played
100.
a big part in supporting me over the years, so I hope you're well, Charlie. Afternoon, Henry and Glenn. Hope we're doing well. Just practicing
59.
hard for his debut in Super League in 2 weeks' time. Well, thanks for watching. Who do you fancy to get through this group, Charlie?
Don't forget, just let us know where you're watching throughout the world. Maybe somewhere exotic. Send us a picture at MSS Darts on Twitter.
97.
I'll send you one next week from Tenerife.
Luckily, that mute button works out so handy on WhatsApp.
59.
No Palmos there.
Yes, I haven't had a Palmo for a while. This is good stuff from Smith.
140.
Just Cullen's just showing signs of taking real control. Just the 40 behind here. Great second dart. You're just thinking 186, so he can't go back to the treble 20 bed. Should really stay in the 19s. Can he follow that
81.
cracking second dart? Leaves a finish. But out the two of them, I'd rather be in Smith's position. But he needs a treble.
59.
Doesn't get it.
167.
To really take command of this game. And remember, the bookmakers gave Cullerton a 6-4 outside chance of winning this game.
146.
In a 2-horse race.
And the fact he'd beaten Justin Smith twice out the 3 times, I feel that was good value. Frustrated Smith, is that fair to say?
Yeah, he looks as if he's
59.
not just getting beaten by the player in front of him, he's getting beaten by himself. He's 20 and tops. For 3-1.
30.
Reprieve for the Dragon.
Justin, you require
overcompensates.
87.
He's been dropping low on that double top. The treble 17. Go back to the 20 bet is bullseye for 2-2. It's bullseye from absolutely nowhere. Isn't that typical of Justin Smith?
But that is the flamboyant flair that the bearded Dragon can provide. And he levels up at 2-2, returning the game to throw. And suddenly, things may look a little bit rosy again for the Welshman.
$100.
I just see Noel Cullerton move the towel there. Or something on that board, or am I going completely insane?
134.
I was watching the darts. Really pick a winner from
60.
here. up, the down, the downs, the up. So typical of a 7-leg match here at the MODUS Super Series. Once again, Cullerton takes control, then it's a 1. Match is absolutely in the balance.
Both players know it as well.
97.
And it feels like at the minute every single treble is being meted as if it's an event.
140.
Big visit from Cullerton. Puts him first to a finish against the throat. Smith needs at least a treble. Needs to find something.
52.
But he can't.
146.
Yeah, you feel that's like the flamboyant Smith against the persistent Cullerton. It's double 16.
114.
But it's rendered irrelevant because Smith's nowhere to be found.
And on throw for Smith. Worrying times for Justin Smith.
45.
Time is running out.
32.
Well, the thing is, he did the hard work in the previous leg. And if Cullerton can find the double 8, the hard work will be undone. It's a 14-dart break back for Niall Cullerton, who now leads 3-2 and now has the darts to complete the job. It would mean, as far as the table is concerned, it would move him level on points with Smith on 4 and would give Dom Taylor the opportunity, if he can get the better of Tony Wood, to open up a bit of a gap in the table. 6 points for 2 players, 4 points for 2 players, 2 points for 2 players. We're all uniformed.
96.
Yeah, when it gets really tight, it's great to have the in-play table this early. Like I said, the big winner so far is Conterman. But there's lots and lots behind. As Dom Taylor will be up next in his penultimate game against Tony Wood.
$120.
No, Glenn.
Not this time.
140.
Clarify if the point touches, and it does count.
45.
Just needs to, the point just needs to touch the specific area of the board for it to count as a scoring dart. Cullerton has 6 and 161 to wrap up the job here.
You would feel it's another shock. We did say value could be with Cullerton, who's beaten his man 2 times this week already. Smith was just showing signs that maybe Group C is where he could take real control.
43.
A glimmer of hope for Smith. You feel he needs a minimum 140.
$60.
Is that the end?
No, you require 118.
Of his chances in this match.
6 darts from 118, and Cullerton is going to need the 6.
32.
However, they don't give me any confidence that he can see out that 86. They were nervy, nervy darts. Now, don't bust. Or do an Andy Hamilton hit a low.
140.
That's a beautiful last dart, but he actually goes under the treble. These are big moments. Treble 18 is the sighter. He's going to stay there. And it's bull for the match.
61.
But has that 140 for Justin Smith just changed the complexion of the game as he stares down tops to make it 3 apiece? And now double 10.
20.
But the opportunities have come and gone. Opportunities Justin Smith carved out for himself. And so Cullerton now has 2 in hand at double 8.
9.
But he hasn't got the job done yet.
We mentioned that Justin Smith was not getting opportunities in Group A. People were hitting doubles against him.
20.
He had his towel, he had his drink, and he was ready to leave the stage. He has to see this as a real positive. We've talked about winning ugly. He's been second best in the majority of this game. You can see the disappointment on Niall Cullerton's face.
10.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible moments here at the MODUS Super Series. Big chance for Smith. Come and gone.
He knows. And he is seeing red, the dragon in the background, as Cullerton seeks out the red of 88. But how much can he see? How much can he find? Enough to find the points. And Noel Cullerton gets the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 2, putting himself onto 4 points, putting himself in the mix. For the bearded dragon, well, he had a plethora of opportunities himself to take the game to 3-3, to take the game to a decider. But it is Cullerton who picks the points up. A 4-2 victory for him. And coming up after the break, we are going to see Dom Taylor in action. He can move on to 6th, level with Ariane Konterman at the top of the pile. He takes on Tony Wood after this short break.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Group C time. And boy, has it had some ups and downs today. No real player has really taken grips. The man in your picture there, Dom Taylor, is the class act of the group, but he had a real disappointing defeat to Charlie Large. He has the opportunity now against Tony Wood to get back to 6 points, back to the top of the table, to join the Dutchman, Ariane Konterman. But it has been a very, very tight affair.
First leg, it's Dom
Some real ups and downs for all players. There'll be a lot of disappointment, Henry, going away tonight. But they've all got one more game after this one where they can right some wrongs. But for Dom Taylor, I expect a big performance here. I think it was just a little reminder when he lost to Charlie Large that he has to remain focused throughout.
But if he gets out of here with 8 points in his pocket, well, he knows that no matter what, he's going to be at least joint level with
43.
The top of the group. So he would have got away with that one defeat. And of course, Smith and Konterman coming up next. Well, there's a possibility if he wins both his remaining games, he might have a 2-point lead at the top of the table going into this particular set of fixtures. In fact, he could extend his lead to 4 points in that hypothetical scenario before Smith and Konterman played their second game against each other, because the fixtures reversed from Thursday to Friday here at the Super Series. The players thrown first will throw second, vice versa. So the last fixture become the first fixture, and so on and so forth. Oh my goodness.
I thought you'd taken 2 darts out with that one. We have talked about that flight stem combo. How do you think Tony will assess his day so far, Henry?
60.
I think he'll feel as if there was some elements that were okay, but overall it hasn't been enough thus far. But tomorrow is a new day. But it's those So there's a couple of performances in the middle.
140.
Especially the middle one against Contman that really gives me some concerns. Can't afford to slip another one of them in.
Yeah, at times his scoring's been great. At times his finishing's been great, but he hasn't complemented them together. He hasn't put the whole package together.
Required 41.
And I guess the last person you want to walk into now is Dom Taylor. And he'll be hurting Dom after that defeat to Charlie Large. That's the beauty of this setup.
Dom Taylor.
You get opportunities for a quick response, and that 14 darter tells me an awful lot about Dom Taylor. His determination to be there on Saturday night. I don't even think that's enough for him. He's here to win this week. I think he saw the whole group A, B and C and thought, well, I'm in with a big shout.
And everything that he's done here at the Super Series has warranted that tag and warranted the expectations that we've placed upon his shoulders.
$98.
Yeah, we felt he was the class act, didn't we? Even early on Monday, he sort of stood out in this group, no matter who came down from Group A. I think when we saw Ariane Conterman sort of just miss out on Group B qualification.
100.
Felt they were the two favourites to get through, but obviously the bookies still believe in Justin Smith. He separated the two of them going into this morning's first game.
98.
After everything I'm seeing, for me, he's the class act right now. I think he's got the levels.
$60.
Just hasn't got his timing right, Tony, for me. That looks a really nice release of the dart. Looks like a confident man throwing a dart. Whereas Tony just on point of release. I mean, it's part of his game. He's never had the nicest throw in the world, but it just looks more nervy. Another treble needed.
140.
Another treble got 80 after 12 darts. Tony will continue to fight.
$137. Tony require 80.
So to level proceedings up at 1 apiece, Wood wants 80. Double 10.
Game's
to level
on
it
the
up.
second leg. Tony
14
Wood.
darter for Tony Wood, 1-1.
Give him a dart or a double.
He will take the opportunity.
$85.
It's a real clash of styles here, isn't it?
We've got Taylor, who likes to get on with it, play with a bit of a rat-a-tat-tat. Well, as for Tony Wood, he'll go at his own place,
62.
his own pace.
$140.
He just looks so good. Just averaging just shy of 109 at the moment.
$60.
Both players very early in this match. 100% on the doubles. Henry said the rat-a-tat-tat.
92.
But you have to be able to beat players like Tony Wood as well. The uber quick players are great to play. But if you're going to lift the MODUS Super Series title, you're going to come across all eventualities.
41.
That first start is quite inviting for Dom because he can just place, as you can see with the second one, just underneath
100.
it. Couldn't quite find the third, but a ton lays him up on 84 after 12 to put himself halfway towards the victory post. But what has Wood got by way of response? Maximum response? Yes, it's your answer!
180. Dummy require 84.
You just get the feeling Dom didn't even watch them darts. He's just totally focused on what he needs to do. Come on, he says.
72.
It would be a
Tony require
spectacular way
158.
to pinch a leg of darts, Tony Wood. 180, followed by 158. Well, it's on.
It wasn't far away, and Dom Taylor's heart was most probably in his
98.
mouth.
Tommy required 12.
So, double six. This has seen a bit of action today. It's just for 2-1. That was very low.
Game shot.
That's very good.
Dom Taylor.
That's 2-1 to Taylor. Halfway towards a victory post, halfway towards 6
Tony
points.
to throw first. Game on.
Very enjoyable game here. Like I said, a clash of styles.
$60.
Those are the averages, 11-point chasm between the pair.
$98.
That's the eyes focused on the target. And for me, that's the outcome. People use the word mindset, focus, determination. Well, there's something really special about that setup player there from Tony, and people can learn from that. Sometimes you can just overanalyze everything. But if you just see that target and just let nature take over, and not let the mind win. It's a simple game that some of us make very difficult.
As long as nature doesn't take over after the curry between sessions, Glenn, I'll be absolutely fine.
30. $124.
Should start on the 19th here, but he is quite old school, is Tony. And the reason going on the 19th is if you get 4, treble and a single, and then the 25, it does leave the 170 finish.
81.
So 6 starts from Taylor is becoming to be a big favourite in this match.
What about trying to find a treble with this turn? A treble he manages to sneak in with the last dart. So 42 for the breaker throw and to move 3-1 in front. But have a look at this as a riposte for Wood.
150.
An incredible riposte from Wood
42.
to leave himself on tops and to pose the question of Taylor tapping on his shoulder as he goes for double 18 for a 3-1 lead and a breaker throw, and that's a bit of class when you consider the considerable pressure that he was placed upon by Tony Wood. Dom Taylor 3, Tony Wood 1. The tower is 1 away from the top again.
$96.
Needs a treble.
55.
Not that one. And Dom Taylor's thinking nothing more. 140. And I can see that finishing line. I like the intensity he's shown there. He's G'ing himself up with every dart.
97.
That tells me an awful lot about him as a person, his belief, his desire. 1 or 2 times I've called players just a little bit lackadaisical this week. Not showing enough desire, not showing enough gumption when they're up there.
60.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Turn. That could boil down to the fact that his last game was a difficult pill to swallow.
The toughest of all pills to swallow.
126.
Superb. Just ticks in closer now towards the line. Puts him a couple of visits away from the line.
100.
Well, we now coming to the total conclusion of this game. I think after that dart there, the writing is on the wall.
140.
Just a stunning set. Nothing that Tony Wood can do about it now. Been a fantastic performance. The performance of the day so far. He came with a big reputation. He's had a negative response on his last game. He's got a real opportunity to send a message out to every player in that player's area. It's double 18. Beautiful marker.
Six.
However, there are going to be more match darts to follow. With Wood all the way back on 2, 3, 4. So to complete the 4-1 job and Smith and Continent to follow, this could be a pivotal few minutes for Dom Taylor.
Double 18. It's a colossal performance from the tower. Absolutely superb. And look how much it means to him there. That little fist pump there lets you know that he's gone on to 6 points. He's joined top of the table there for Tony Wood. Once again, very, very similar to the rest of the day. At times he's looked fantastic. Brilliant on the outer ring when he got the options, but it was all about Tom Taylor. He was absolutely superb there. 98.64. At times it looked effortless. He's looking very, very good. Well, also another player that's looking good is up next. It's Ariane Konterman against Justin Smith.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got just 3 fixtures left to play in Group C this afternoon. That's after the first 12 have been completed. And as you can see, Dom Taylor's 4-1 win against Tony Wood just before the break there has put him in a good position. Niall Cullerton getting a good win against Justin Smith, and before that, Ian Konterman edging out Charlie Large in a last leg decider. That pair, Smith and Konterman, play next before Wood meets Large, and then Taylor takes on Cullerton in the final match of the session. I'll show you the league table now to see where the land lies going into this last round of fixtures, and Taylor and Konterman are both tied on 6 points. If Ian wins this one, he'll go top at least temporarily and will finish at least joint top at the end of the day. But if Smith can win it, then he will go level with the top 2. So let's get the action underway in the company of the boys in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Chris. It's really nice to see that league table, how tight it is. And my first thoughts were, if this man can get over the line, Justin Smith, it's going to make it very interesting overnight. But I also felt, how many times have I said we're just waiting for Justin Smith to turn up? He's had a couple of opportunities.
First leg, it's
That
Justin
defeat to
to
Niall
throw
Cullerton was a
first.
surprise
Game
to
on.
me. I just thought we were beginning to see a surge from him. Hasn't really happened today, but 6 points, Henry, after day one. A decent return. It gives him a platform for tomorrow, doesn't it?
Well, you're in proceedings. Look, you win both the games against Ariane, you know where you're going to be. You're going to be on 8 points. You're going to put yourself in a handy position. But you sense this is must-win for Justin Smith. If Ariane wins this, Dom wins the last. You've got two players who are in prime position.
60.
And especially if Ariane does the double, that could well be it quite early on in play. If Taylor then went and did the job and did the double over Nye, you'd have
100.
them two on 10 points and then a 6-point gap. Justin, I'll give you the carpet later if you want. It's somewhere. We'll find you. You'll find you somewhere on Amazon for yellow carpet if you want.
We're just talking about my yellow jacket for Saturday night there, haven't we? But they've played each other 3 times already this week. And then the man in your picture is leading 2-1 in the head-to-head.
57.
Maybe not look into any records against Justin Smith because I think there's 2 sides of him.
95.
This is the better side of him so far. After 12 darts, he's left a 2-darter. Combination finishing
58.
for me is going to be really, really important.
66.
As we look at the back end of this week now, we start to think of Saturday night. Good thinking. Really
50.
like that. Maturity.
Conterman can only try and counter.
A
counter max.
180.
It's the counter attack.
16.
Now that's awkward.
That's lucky.
No score.
That's unlucky.
And you require 46.
Double 10.
Game shot.
And that's a first leg break that Ariane Conterman, what he worked towards because he hit that maximum to pile the pressure on Justin Smith. Smith couldn't find the double A. Conterman comes in and he conjures up the leg.
We've talked about how tight this group is. Well, another scenario I'm looking at now. A Conterman victory here. A Dom Taylor victory in the final game of the day. And there's a decent gap between them two and the rest of the field.
81.
A 4-point gap there would be.
$43.
I always like Group B where they can all go into the second day on the same amount of points.
It has happened before. It's happened a couple of times before. But we've never seen it all end on 8. Going to be a time where it's going to happen. There's no doubt about that. Maybe it'll happen in this Group B. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm yet to see a 9-dart shootout anywhere in the MODUS Super Series live.
44.
I think there's 1 or 2 people that, yes, would love to see it, but I think there's 1 or 2 people that have to organise that will probably say otherwise. Anyway, let's hope there's 2 9-dart shootouts on Saturday night.
81.
And that slip into the 1 there from Justin's just giving Conterman a chance here.
84.
He can break back early here, Justin. Just 60 behind. 134 is it's an outside chance. Should go downstairs.
100. Aaron, you record 134.
Difference between a 96 finish and 95 for me is huge. Is he going to come back? He may not come back.
118. Justin, you require 95.
Big passage of play incoming. Conterman left on double 8, and this was a double that caused Smith troubles in the opening leg. This is to break back. Went the bullseye route, and so it gives him a dart at double 5.
90.
And he comes inside.
Aaron, you require 16.
That's really, really unlucky. You said an important passage of play.
Game shot on the second leg.
Once again, the Dutchman comes out of it. And poor Justin Smith, he's had his real ups and downs. He's G'd himself up there, which is credit to him.
Justin to throw first. Game on.
I just feel he's running out of chances now, and he was a pick for me to get here on Saturday night because I'm a big believer in Justin Smith.
95.
It's just looking like There could be a bit of a gap overnight, couldn't it?
There could be a chasm beginning to appear.
180.
And look at Conterman begin to make a charge. He has already stolen the darts off of Justin Smith at the beginning of the third. And the double break is very much on. And if that's the case,
140.
Justin Smith's hopes in this game are hanging on a whim and a prayer.
137.
Both feeding off each other right now. Once again, that's a fantastic 9 darts between them, and Justin's back in again. She'll go downstairs this time.
99.
Leaves himself if he's first to a finish, but he'd rather be in the position of Conterman. 2 trebles here. No.
32.
And all of a sudden,
Justin
with 2 darts like that,
67.
the swingometer goes in the way of Justin Smith.
This would be a seismic blow, but the 167 isn't going to go. But he sets up superbly to punish what may have been the derailment of the Conterman Express.
Yeah, I did wonder how
94.
Conterman would react
Justin
without
McGuire,
having his
40.
compatriot Denny Alder-Coulter with him. And once again, he's been absolutely superb. Questions asked of Smith.
Game shown the third.
That's the answer.
Justin Smith.
Game on. It was just a hold to throw. Conterman mustn't panic.
4 flag, it's Aaron to throw
One
first.
thing I've learned about
Game
Conterman
on.
this week, he won't panic.
He's still got the game in the lap of his hands.
45.
Or palm of his hands.
140.
I've got a feeling that's making it into the end of
70.
series outtakes.
Can he put the pigeons amongst the cats? Again, just
75.
that last dart for Smith. But he's 100 ahead. But here comes the steam train. That is Conterman.
140.
Another great game. Really enjoying this one. Smith averaging over 92 in this one. He's 2-1 down, but only 40 behind here. He has to break Conterman.
93.
Last dart just gives him a slight advantage.
80.
He left a bogey.
Which has opened the door up for Justin Smith. And quite considerably.
96.
So door he doesn't crowbar open, but he leaves ajar.
$58.
We've asked for the magic from Smith.
Justin, you require
This
97.
is a chance. It's a 2-darter. It's a difficult finish. He's just looking at what Conterman needs. Just planning his attack. 78, treble 18. All he can do is leave
57.
tops.
I only require
Conterman has been
108.
absolutely sensational in this area. Is he going to get a treble that he needs? He is.
68.
Conterman has had a dart for 3-1.
Justin, you require
Smith has
40.
the chance to level proceedings up. Conterman, who looked as if he was in full control of this game, has been pegged back level.
Justin Smith.
2-2 and a big best of 3 incoming.
5th leg, it's Justin to throw first.
A massive best of 3
Game
game
on.
now for Justin Smith. He doesn't want to go overnight 4 points behind the leaders. I say leaders, that's assuming Dom Taylor beats Niall Cullerton.
85.
Fabulous last dart. Somehow got between them first 2 darts. Nothing to
96.
separate them, Henry.
And both players have had opportunities. It's been a game of chances that have come and they have gone. Smith has pulled his way back in from 2-0 down, but Conterman
140.
may even feel he should be off the stage by now.
100. $59.
Every time there's no dart at a treble, it gives your opponent an opportunity, but it's not punished again.
97.
Absolutely level playing field we have here.
Any more and they'd be even. Needs a treble.
60.
Comes up dry. And so Continent has a real opportunity to steam in on 208.
100.
Does exactly that.
Justin, you reckon
It's absolutely tremendous. And
157.
just look at the reaction there from Justin Smith. He did not want to hear that score. He didn't look. And he can't finish on the 157. And once again, it's Continent who's going to have the chance for a break, a throw.
For 3-2.
42. Aaron Ibrahim, 68.
And to put himself a leg away, it's going to be 2 at double 4.
Games
Only
on
needs
the
the
fifth
one.
edge.
Big moments.
Iron Continent.
And Iron Continent is up to the task. He leads 3-2. 14 dart break. And has the throw now to put
Arian
himself
to throw
onto
first.
8
Game on.
points overnight.
When I read about the partnership with the ADC Europe and Oceanic,
140.
what's it going to bring to the MODUS Super Series? I've sat here and watched Patrick van den Bohade. I've watched how many Dutchmen were in the final?
4.
I mean, that's what they're bringing to this right now. And Ariane Continent and Denny Alderkalter have just been a real
140.
success this week. And once again, when he was asked the question at 68, he did it with real aplomb. And look at the way he's going now.
96.
Well, I do feel sorry for Patrick because his name has forever been anglicised, courtesy of Paul Hinkster. Bugard.
100.
Jerome Mioch, of course, qualified. I think he was possibly the find of the last series, Jerome Mioch. I know he played here before, but what we saw from him, I think
95.
there's something really to build on, really something to work with.
But again, no surprise to Scott Mitchell, who stood behind him, and he had 109 average against Scott, so it was no shock to him how well he was going to play.
100.
That's what these guys are doing out on tour at the moment. And now they're replicating it on this stage.
Well, Continent isn't going to win with a fish. Smith may need to save for a 161.
161.
It could be moments like this that swing a game and swing a group on a pinhead.
Well, 72 is not guaranteed.
95.
So it gives him a
Requires
chance.
72.
The double 12.
Game
Why
shot
do we
and
ever
the
doubt
match.
Ariane Continent? Because when he
Ariane
gets them
Continent.
chances, he takes them with real aplomb. Very polished, very clean, very clinical. A massive 2 points for Ariane Continent. He moves to 8 points. A great day of dart for the Dutchman. But Justin Smith, once again, just flattered to deceive. He's had opportunities today. He'll be frustrated leaving on 4 points only. We move to the penultimate game of Group C, Day 1. It's Tony Wood against Charlie Large.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Ariane Continent get to 8 points in the group, getting the better of Justin Smith. by 4 legs to 2. Smith, who had his opportunities in large portions of the game, but it was Conterman who picked the points up. And so he's going to end overnight. Worst case scenario, 8 points to his name. Tony Wood and Charlie Large are up next. This is the bottom of the table match between the players in 5th and 6th place respectively. The victor will move on to 4 points and will pick up 2 wins from their first foray as far as Group C is concerned. And then following this, we're going to see Niall Cullerton in action, rounding the day's action off against Dom Taylor. Owen Binks is your referee. Glenn Durrant is with me here in the commentary box.
Yeah, funny old day, hasn't it been? But it is looking like it could be 2 players who are going to go away very happy and 4 just a little frustrated because
43.
I don't think there's any player going to go away today thinking there's nothing I can't do. But Charlie Large, at 18-year-old, he's learning on the job as he's going along. He has to see the positives on anything that he's doing.
26.
To get this experience at the moment is absolutely pivotal. But is this success moving forward? Tony Wood in the Northeast is really dominating competitions. I think he'd be disappointed the way today's gone. He's had moments of brilliance like that. Very, very good on the outer ring, but a lot of scrappy stuff in the middle. And the loser of this game on 2 points overnight. Tough task looking forward after that.
41.
Four to 9, the odds of Tony Wood. Charlie Large 13-8 with the odds compilers. Now Cullerton, Dom Taylor rounds off the evening's action. Then we're back tonight where we're going to see Matt Dennant, Scott Taylor, Rob Collins, Denny Alder-Coulter and Dave Prince all in action.
44.
Scrappy. That 140 early, I thought might have just settled Tony, but is it fair to say he hasn't settled all day, Henry?
There was signs,
58.
despite losing to Justin Smith at free maximum 88 average, that maybe something was there. And then he had an 88 against Dom Taylor, so it's been there, but up against him has been something more imperious.
Yeah, he comes here winning
85.
a lot of tournaments. And that's really, really good when you've got that confidence. And, just sometimes when you're walking into people just playing better, it's a tough one to take. But
57. Tony require 110.
He's pretty much seen everything in this game, so nothing will face him. As he looks at a 110 finish. Treble 18. The double 18.
74.
It's going to come back.
$96.
So,
Tony required
2 18s
36.
for Tony Wood to take a 1-0 lead. Double 9. It's
Games
fine.
on the
1-0
first
Wood.
leg. Tony Wood. Second against Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Been a tough day for Charlie. Incredibly, his one win has been against Dom Taylor.
57.
The real class act of this group. Tony Wood will never change, Henry. Just continue his pace, his play. Just beginning to find a rhythm with that throw now, but typical for him, it's just a little bit late in the day, but it does mean he can come back tomorrow because this is a real 4-pointer. Because his first game tomorrow will be against Charlie Large. If he can just get the 4 points on the board and then takes him to 6 points, and then he's got opportunities then against the other players in the group.
Remember, one more game after this. Now Cullerton
100
against Dom Taylor. What's your real takeaway of the day so far, Glenn?
I think missed opportunities for the majority of the players. I think Dom Taylor has that favourite tag about him, and I think he's demonstrated enough qualities for me that we'll see him Saturday night. And Ariane Conterman just continues to impress. From the moment I really sat down here with his first start on Monday morning, it's just more positives than negatives, but the 4 players
39.
behind, I think, will
Tony
go back to their hotel a little bit
121.
disappointed. Charlie Larger just didn't sense an awful lot of optimism as he entered the building today. I think he's a work in progress. Tony Wood will be, I think, be very disappointed, but he's still got a chance with a win here. And a win
57.
against tomorrow. And now Cullen's just had one of those weeks, hasn't he? It's could be a 2-horse race overnight.
Well, this is more like it from Charlie.
140. Tony requires 64.
So this for 2-0 and the break of throw. It's going to be 2 in hand at double 8. Can he just nudge across? Too far along, and he's going to have to go back to the start.
104.
Yeah, there was an air of resignation from Charlie behind when the treble 16 went, but he's going to get a dart at tops.
84.
And that was some absolute nowhere. And he'll let you know exactly how he felt about the release of that dart. It's tough when you've got to go all the way back to 64. But that is a cracking dart.
Game on the second leg.
That's a real sign of Tony Wood, that, Henry. Like you say, he didn't panic when he bust the score there. A lot of head shakers would have been disappointed with that.
So
and then that clinical finish there. He can finish off the day with real aplomb, could Tony, right now, because Charlie looks at odds.
Well, Tony's been one of those where he's seen it, done it, worn the T-shirt before, worn the rather flairish T-shirt before. So he knows exactly what these situations are about, and he knows how to wiggle his way out of them, so he doesn't have to worry from that perspective.
Actually looks like one of your Saturday night shirts, doesn't it?
Not as bad as the one I wore yesterday.
I thought you'd been sick on it. I thought it was a white shirt where you'd thrown up, but never mind.
140.
Much better from Wood. He's relaxing. The release of that throws better. Like I said, the frustrating thing for him is that he settled very late in the day. But I know he's down with his partner, and I'm sure they'll be saying if he can get into Charlie again early in the morning, all of a sudden then you're then looking at 6 points and you can really, really start thinking of that second place. But will the top 2 be gone and already from there, because they're looking very, very good on that. Niall Cullerton could play a big part in the next game against Dom Taylor, because a victory for Niall and all this talk of 2-horse race can be banished.
93. Tony require 140.
For 3-0. He's going to come back, so he'd love a ton here. Can he shoehorn in a treble with the last dart? No is the answer. Although time is a friend for now, at least.
78. Tony require 80.
There'll be a dart at tops for 3-0. Very, very comfortable here for Tony Wood at the moment. Be a very tough ask now from Charlie Large to come back from a 3-0 deficit. We haven't seen that type of comeback this week.
Charlie to throw first.
Which pretty much shows you how tough of a task it is right now.
$83.
Tony Wood is playing in the ADC belt match on Saturday against Dave Prinz. Kick-off in that one is at is at 5 o'clock.
180.
Max to start leg 4 for Wood. Could Wood go out in a final blaze of glory?
134.
Can Wood stoke the fire? He's not going to kindle us the sorts of 9-dart memories he saw from Darryl Pilgrim on Tuesday.
60.
Yes, bring back Scott Mitchell is what I say.
Is that what everybody's saying?
81.
2-6-1 for Wood. Does he stay there? Treble 17 is a good shout when you're covering the treble 20 bed. A stubborn way to go for Tony Wood in just the 60.
$139.
So that leaves him on 64 to get a leg on the board.
$60. Charlie
Looking
requires
like
64.
3-1. Tony Wood did hit 64 earlier. Can Charlie do the same? Only going to get one dart or a double. And that's double 16.
32.
This would be some way to see out the match for Tony Wood.
141 for the pincher to pinch it in style. Not to be.
$60. Charlie required 32. Game shot on the fourth leg. Charlie Large.
Just the fact it's Tony's dart.
Game on.
2 out the next 3 legs, Henry. If it does go the distance, still makes him a massive favourite for this game.
60.
But it's a dry start from Wood.
$81.
Better from Wood.
140.
Exactly what he wanted at the right time of this leg. It means Charlie is over 100 behind here. Even a 140 or a 134 still makes Wood favourite.
96.
You just opened your wallet. This is good.
140.
Successive 140s from Tony Wood. You can see that winning line right now. And he's heading straight for it.
59.
And so 6 darts on 161 to complete the job. It's not going to happen this time, but he's going to get another opportunity upon his return.
I like the bull here.
60.
The bull would have left a 96 at least if he hit the 25. For Charlie Large and 265. The go-to is the treble 19.
171. So they require 101.
And they were thrown fantastically well.
Roots 101 darts. To complete the job. It's going to be a dart at tops. To complete the job for Wood as he gets the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to 1. 2 in serve, an 88.5 average. 4 out of 8 on the finishing. It is Wood who gets the win to finish off his daily campaign. Cullerton Taylor will complete the action next.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's the final match of the day here in Group C. A very topsy-turvy day with Ariane Konterman sat on 8 points. Job well done. And the man in your picture can join him there. He is the class act of the group, Dom Taylor. Big reputation, big favourite going into it, and has delivered some fantastic darts today. It's been a difficult week for the man in your picture, Niall Cullerton there. He's a real stalwart of the MODUS Super Series, but it was a tough Group A campaign and he had big expectations coming in for today. He understood the importance of starting quickly and it just didn't really materialise. It would be a big surprise if the Irishman can topple the tower.
First leg, it's Niall to throw first.
You would expect Dom to win this game, Henry.
Well, that's what the odds compilers are thinking. They have Dom Taylor on as the 2-5 favourite. Now, Cullerton at 7-4, though we've seen those odds be made to look quite academic once or twice today. In fact, involving Dom Taylor, because he was a 2-5 favourite to get the better of Charlie Large, and Large was at 7-4. But Large pulled off the 4-2 victory, which was the only blemish to Taylor's card thus far.
128.
3 wins from 4 for Taylor going into this one. As for Niall Cullerton, it's a mixed bag as far as his day is concerned.
100.
Defeat to Tony Wood 4-0 was followed up by a 4-2 success against Charlie Large. He'd then go on to lose to Ariane Konterman 4-1 before then, in his previous match, get the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 2.
100.
Win here for Cullerton would mean it'd be 8-6-6 at the top of the table.
132.
Yeah, you often wonder what they're doing in between games, and as I walk through the players' area, he was actually eating a sweet, a dessert. It was a trifle.
96. Now you require 170.
So what do you do with that for? He said, well, I'm known as the Trifle Tower.
Thank goodness this is the last game of the session.
60.
Can't finish Taylor, but he can put some damage and dent and pressure that 110 from Cullerton. Big 17.
137.
Excellent darts from Dom Taylor once again. Hasn't had many big finishes this week, Cullerton. And that's not going to continue. And the reason he stayed on the 20s bed is he saw that first dart as being a perfected
85.
dart for him. Dom Taylor was tops for a 13 darter.
Tops of the tower. Now double 10. Fives. Doesn't want to creep inside here.
30.
He goes above and Cullerton comes
Now
back for a 1-0
25.
lead.
And the reason he slapped himself, that's the chance he had against Charlie Large, and it didn't go
on the
well.
First leg.
That's
Niall
not a good
Cullerton.
sign for him. Like I said, Niall Cullerton can bunch up the group with victory over Dom Taylor here. Would make it really interesting tomorrow.
Second leg, it's Dom to throw first.
The
Game on.
expectation is for Dom Taylor really to steamroll Niall Cullerton in this game. But it's the Irishman that's off the quickest.
81.
And the carrot for Niall Cullerton is he can join Dom Taylor
100.
on 6 points. If he does get over the line, imagine the first game tomorrow when these two meet each other for our first game of the day.
134.
I'll put it this way, Cullerton could go above Dom Taylor by the time the first game's done tomorrow. Or, by stark contrast, there could be a bit of a gap.
81.
4-point matches.
$58. 140.
Fantastic darts from the Irishman again. This would be for a breaker throw. He's asking questions of Dom Taylor.
58.
And he's fighting with himself, very reminiscent of his game against Charlie Large. That concerns me. Niall's had problems of going into the 5s and 1s.
33.
Messy, scruffy.
And you require 170.
The fish for Taylor. Not to be, and so Cullerton comes back for the crucible finish, the 147, and it would be for a break.
92. Now we record 147.
If he could pot the red.
Henry, take a rest.
59.
Chance for Taylor for 1-1. We'll be looking at the treble 18. Double 12. This has had some hammer this week. Great marker, you feel. Wonderful execution there from Dom Taylor. He questions himself, but not from me, Dom Taylor. That was a lovely finish under the circumstances. Get back to your water table, your pre-prep routine. You're back in this match.
Devils, you devils at 1 apiece, and Dom Taylor may feel as if now he's got himself back level. He could begin to make the push forward, and he may feel as if he may have got away with a bit of an opportunity there. Just a reminder, we are back tonight from 10 o'clock for Group B action on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where Matt Dennett, Scott Taylor, Rob Collins, Denny Aldercoulter, Dave Prinz will all be in action.
Yeah, real northeast flavour today, isn't it? I think Tony Wood will go away. Okay, slightly disappointed. Probably cheering on Niall Cullerton here, you feel.
55.
And Dave Prinz is in town. Not playing a lot of darters, Dave Prinz. A lot of my work's been on a competition called the Knack. That's where he plays that on a Tuesday. Fantastically
52.
run competition by Neil Rose. It's been getting bigger and bigger. And some of the real top players in the Northeast. Adam Hunt played in it last year. And you get awful lot of the statistics the next day. And a lot of the information I got from Prince. I don't think he's doing an awful lot of darts around the circuit now, is Prinsey. So, and driving down today, I think, is a strange decision. So, be interesting to see how he plays. But a man with such a low heartbeat as him, nothing ever phased Dave Prinz. So, looking forward to seeing him, because I've had some unbelievable battles with him.
Seems as if nothing's phasing Niall Cullerton. 171, effective maximum visit, leaves himself on 82 to put himself 2-1 to the good against Dom Taylor. The Oz compilers had him as a 7-4 outsider. The ball for double 16. Puts him halfway towards quashing those odds. 2-1 Cullerton.
That's why he likes the ball. Again, just a little thumb up there to Dom Taylor. Great spirit once again. That's one thing I sort of... You can't help but notice with that players area. Relationships are bonded on there. I mean, it's business when they get up there. But it's fantastic to see. I mean, they're even cheering each other on when the 9 darter went in. I think the biggest noise came from next door. I mean, everybody was just so supportive.
59.
Little first 9 darter for Mr. Durrant on commentary.
Well, it was better than my first one. Do you remember the Miss Double 12 and the...
Wasn't the witch doctor here?
I couldn't get my words out, and yeah, it was a fantastic moment. One of the... Be hard to beat at the MODUS Super Series, them couple of hours that we had.
100.
But generally, it's been a great week, and when you get to the Thursday, Fridays, you do start thinking of Saturday night, and what we need is a fantastic crowd, Henry.
Scan that QR code. It sends you over to dartshop.tv, where you can get your tickets, not just for this week, but, you know, if you fancy coming down any Saturday night in Series 5, you can do. Just head over to that QR code and you can get your tickets for that. You can also get your tickets for the World Seniors as well. Tickets available for the return of some of the greats of the game, and an appearance for Glenn Durrant as well.
Cheek. 250 to 1. Can you believe it?
I can't believe you're that short.
$132.
Fantastic setup play. It's going to make this 78 even more difficult now. Going to get a dart at tops for 2-2.
Game's on the fourth leg.
That is the class of the man. Niall Cullerton was right behind him on 70 there. That is a real pivotal moment for me.
Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first.
Niall Cullerton has been absolutely superb in this match. He still has the darts. And I tell you what, people are playing well against Dom Taylor. Is that a reflection on the quality of him?
It's certainly a respect element. because they know they've got to provide their A game. Otherwise, they're in grave danger.
99.
But locked and level at 2-2. What's going to give in this final encounter of the afternoon session? A reminder, one more session to come from 10 o'clock this evening. Rejoin us here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel. And if you are joining us live via that particular metric,
140.
don't forget to drop us a sub, because on top of the live coverage that we bring to you 6 days a week, highlights of every single session, there's plenty of bonus content available on there as well,
100.
including plenty to do with Pilgrim. You can watch the 9 data, the record-breaking matches, interviews in full with him. Going to be having an interview dropping as well soon with Mark Dubbridge and Chris Mason.
78.
Plenty of content coming up, courtesy of the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Meanwhile, here in this so pivotal leg 5,
43.
Cullerton, well, he had the first chance to set up with the darts, but a 43 visit opens up the door for Taylor. He was looking to find a couple of trebles. Couple of trebles he finds to leave himself
No, you're 130.
in a very handy position to break the throw of Cullerton, who needs to find something big here. Could he find the 138? Just misses out on the treble 18. And
98.
So Taylor returns to 50 for 3-2. And this would be for the
require
break of
50.
throw. The break that he needed at some point in this match. It'd be the first of the match. But he's missed the big number. He's only going to get one now. Double 12. He loves the
Game
northeast
on the
part of the
fifth
board.
leg.
He finds the
Taylor.
double 12 to break the throw at Cullerton. Only needed the one in the end to lead Niall Cullerton by 3 legs to 2, and he's a leg away now.
Game on.
We're completing a 4 from 5 day, and Niall Cullerton's face perhaps said it all.
128. 100.
He's got this unique ability, Dom Taylor,
134.
to work with a lie either below or above the treble 20 bed. Not many can do that. We've seen plenty of them this week, though. Maximums. Cullerton with the first of this particular game.
$60.
And has that changed the complexion of the leg? Because Taylor comes up dry, leaving himself on a non-out, and Cullerton is going to be first to the finish
100.
to break back and to send us into a leg 7 situation.
$93. Now we record 121.
So 121 for Niall Cullerton. Treble 17 would have left the ball, and bullseye maybe all Dom Taylor gets
57.
to win this match.
Dom, you require 86.
86 to complete the job and to make it 4 wins from 5 and to finish the day top of the pile. Double 16. Two match darts have come and gone, and that's the first real sign
64.
of emotion from Dom Taylor. As Cullerton comes back for 64. It's going to be one dart at tops
Game shown the
to
sixth
send
leg.
us
Niall Cullerton.
to a 7th and deciding leg, where it will be Cullerton's turn
Seventh
to throw
and final
for
leg,
it.
It's Niall to throw first.
Dom Taylor has
Game
had
on.
2 match darts now at double 16. He has had opportunities to get over the line. And now it's Cullerton who gets the go with throw
60.
to complete the job. But he comes up dry first visit.
$97. 60. $100.
Tons could be like gold dust like right now.
$53.
He'll be hoping, he'll be praying for 140.
$100.
Ton for Taylor. Edging him closer.
$100.
An exchange of tons, but it suits Taylor to the ground, who had already wrestled the darts from Cullerton's grasp.
97.
107 left to complete a near perfect day. The only blemish on his card is a defeat to Charlie Large, the player at the bottom of the table.
81. We require 107.
Cullerton leads a finish, but it's Taylor with first poke. Treble for tops. Tops for Taylor.
87.
That's a third match dart that's come and gone.
Now we require 147.
And can Niall Cullerton win it in the most sensational style? The 147 isn't going to go. He's trying to apply as much
61.
pressure as possible on this
20.
double 10 to get over the line. And the tower is going to be the man to topple when it comes to day 2 in Group C. Dom Taylor, the table topper overnight, winning 4 from 5, getting the better of Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 3, doing so with a 92.83. 4 out of 12 when it came to the doubling, and a 78 high checkout to boot. As for Niall Cullerton, when he came so close yet so far, he's on 4 points overnight. These two will do battle in the first game of tomorrow afternoon session. It's finished Niall Cullerton 3, Dom Taylor 4.
Yeah, great end to the day. Dom Taylor really threatened by Niall Cullerton in that last one, but showed his class to get over the line.
Yeah, people seem to play well against Dom Taylor today, and I think that's a testament to him and his ability as well. But a nice day, a very good day, lots of ups and downs, very typical of the MODUS Super Series.
Well, let's run you through those results from today's 15 fixtures. It started with lots of one-sided wins, the first 5 matches all going, well, 4 of them going 4-1 or better. Then Taylor was involved in that 4-3 with Justin Smith, and then that sparked a bit of a change, didn't it? A lot of the games much closer.
Yeah, the cream rose to the top of the end, and I think Conterman hasn't had the headlines this week, but he's been absolutely fantastic. Dom Taylor was asked many, many questions, and then them last leg decided he did really, really well. It was a thrilling day.
Yeah, Taylor has climbed his way to the top of the table after a very good day of darts from him. Equally good, though, from Ian Conterman, also 4 out of 5.
And once again, I've overlooked him a couple of times this week, and he continues to impress. I really like him as a person. I think he's got a lot of skills, a lot of attributes that can take him really far in the game, and he's got a real determination to succeed. But the real X factor is sat in that top position there. Dom Taylor is a class act.
Yeah, well, you didn't overlook him today, to be fair to Glenn. He said it would be a 2-horse fight between Taylor and Conterman for top spot, and that's what it's looking like. Dom Taylor edges it on leg difference at the moment, and he is ready to talk to Henry.
Dom, 4 wins from 5, but you've just told me there you felt like you made hard work of it today.
Yeah, well, especially in a couple of games, especially that one against Niall just then. Feel that I could have tucked away a little bit early, but didn't take my chances. Don't know what's going on with those 16s today. They're not being my friend, but I'm making work of it and getting there in the end.
The win's a win, I suppose, as far as you're concerned at the end of the day?
Oh, yeah, 100%. If I win scrappy or tidy, it's a win.
You've got history here in this competition. You've come close to winnings in the past. It's kind of hard, but a little bit of expectations. Have you felt a little bit of more pressure maybe on you this week?
I wouldn't say it's so much pressure, but again, I looked at my group the start of the week and thought, yeah, you got to turn up. You can't have no easy, chilled days. You got to do what you know you can do and play your game. Otherwise, you're just going to get wiped off the mark.
Then obviously back in, first game tomorrow. Obviously Niall again, first game. And so how important do you think those first couple of rounds will be when you see the picture of the table?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it worked right for me today having the last players who I had last, because I was able then to just focus on what I had to do. But yeah, big game, especially first game in the morning. Niall, I'm same stable, I know what he can do. So as long as I come out on top in that first game, we'll then push on.
Well done today, Dom. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, H. Thank you, mate.
Well, any thoughts on that one, Glenn?
Yeah, it was interesting, these young players, that it's as if they're never satisfied. I mean, I would like to have seen their interview to say, I took 8 points today. At times I played really well, but they always focus a lot on the negatives there. I thought it was a good performance. 8 points from 10. He was the big favourite. He dealt with that very well, and he understood, he realises that the game will colour in there, and the first game tomorrow are important. Good interview. Yeah,
we'll talk a bit more about Taylor's darts now. I mean, he did produce some good stuff. There were moments, as he said in the interview, where it got a little bit sticky, but he produced some brilliant moments like this.
There was a lot of good clutch finishing as well. I mean, this one, just to get him back in the game, was really important. It was a strange result against Charlie Large, but he dealt with that very, very well. But when he was asked questions and he wanted tops last start, he hit it many, many times. He's got a lot of qualities about him. I like him.
Yeah, his only defeat and Charlie Large's only win, he's turning into something of an enigma here at the Super Series. He managed to produce this brilliant finish against Taylor to win it, but the only match he won.
Top against bottom, and how many times do you see at the MODUS Super Series where the expectation was on Dom Taylor to win? Certainly in the interview room as well, in the comms box, and like I said, he just get that 2-19 there. It was a strange performance from Charlie. I felt it negatively when he come in today, but he's 18-year-old. You've got to learn on the job. He's got to continue thinking what the positives are.
Right, you've been talking about the fact that maybe Arjen Konterman has been overlooked all week, so let's have an appreciation 30 seconds for the Dutchman, because he's done some really good stuff all week. I think this is the best we've seen him when he's been here at the Super Series.
Yeah, and that's what Henry's been saying to me as well. Sometimes he's flattered to deceive. He's had a good game followed by a bad game. I think he's been Mr. Consistency. He was just in the group of death, really. That Group A will live in the memory, and him finishing fourth has probably been devalued. But yeah, a very good player, and he's looking good for Saturday night.
Right, tributes to him over for now, but we'll turn our attention to Group B, and we'll continue on the Arjen Konterman, Dom Taylor hype train tomorrow when Group C concludes. But Group B even gets in action underway tonight. Dave Prinz, you mentioned him in commentary a while ago. Rob Collins, Matt Dennant, Denny Aldercoulter, equally good as Arjen Konterman and Scott Taylor. It looks a very difficult group to call.
Group Bs are always very, very difficult. I'm querying the preparation of Dave Prinz. I mean, he's not playing a lot of darts these days. Travelling on the day, I know what that's like to get here after a long drive, but Dave Prinz is so laid back that he could prove me wrong. Rob Collins and Matt Dennett just fit that same category of they've been here so many times, they know what to do. It's time to deliver for them too. Denny Aldercoulter, very similar to Arjen Konterman, really, really impressed me this week. I expect him to get through. Scott Taylor, for me, is still the man. It just depends on how much he wants it.
And Daryl Pilgrim already through, as we saw the winner in Group A. Have you seen anything from the players today to suggest they can threaten him and your pick, Scott Taylor, on Saturday?
I think Dom Taylor's got the real game, and Daryl Pilgrim's still got to prove to me on a Saturday night that he can still go there and deliver. There's still plenty to play for come Saturday night.
Well, you don't have to wait until Saturday to get more darts. In fact, we've got a double session tomorrow and the start of Group B tonight. That gets underway at 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV, and of course for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But this afternoon, well, it is Taylor at the top of the tower.
A little bit of a break, but I think we were onto something for someone like Kist, who can then... Oh.
Well, that's different. That flight needs replaced. How has he done that?
Did it go through the fight and then have a bounce out?
106.
It all happened a little bit too quick.
The setup here is absolutely fantastic. The guys look after you really well.
It's a cult. Send money. They won't let me go.
Require 132.
When your judgment can be clouded in the battle and emotion, but the champagne shots.
Game shot on the third
absolutely
Berry
majestic from Berry Vampire, the 132.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm joined up on the balcony by the debut man, Robbie King. Robbie, first of all, many congratulations. I don't often get a fist bump up here, first and foremost, but...
Both of the Swiss players in his sights in the next 4 games.
What was that song? All I want to do is have some fun. Oh, hello! Hello! That bounced out and in!
180.
That's a miracle, Max!
And bonus question, what's your favourite dance move?
My favorite dance move, I would call it, it's something I do, I call it the slide, where you just slide your feet and then you slide to the left and you slide to the right. So I call it the slide.
Down, and more bad news.
Reese does not take 120 out. Oh, he's going for 3 tops again. Can it work?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh, wow, what a time to do it.
I've always had an aura of greatness around me ever since I was born. They always knew it was something about Reece Robinson. They've been speaking about me for years now.
And now you are the winner of the week. I'm going to take that mic if that's okay with you.
3-5. She'll start on the bullseye. And she's left it pretty open. Oh, absolutely divine darts from Fallon Sherritt.
They're out. Australia are out. Scenes here at the Gabba.
Well, it's time for tea. As you can see, England and Australia, as always, in good spirits. It won't end that way a little bit later on, I can gather and imagine. And England!
Jared Cole, you've let the country down.
Like always in the Ashes, have come so close, but it is Australia who retain the Ashes. It is they who will hold the urn aloft.
140.
And I hold no apologies after 1.5 legs of doing this. You can shout at me if you want. Shot me a tweet saying I can't believe he's put an average up after 1 leg.
Hold on. Keep it up. Keep it up. Have a look at this. Oh, this is special. This is really, really special.
Mike, you require 81.
I'm going to turn that off to keep him quiet.
But maybe now he really does truly fancy the job here at the Super Series.
I think Worsley's just hit a 9-darter on his practice. Well, I say 9-darter.
First leg,
180 in the
first.
1
Game on.
Yeah, just be nice to win something like this to get a bit of icing on the cake that I keep eating. That's the only thing I would like, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, darts is darts, and once it becomes part of your life, it is your life almost, so. But, yeah, just want a bit of a cherry on the top. That's all I'm asking. Please, just a cherry.
Ball. 11.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Lou Littler.
What more can be said? That is classic. Or should I say, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, about a 16-year-old boy.
6th leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Luke
Now
Littler.
170.
Vantage call.
Lovely darts. Lovely finish. Jared Cole has been struggling on the doubles throughout the day.
How the dart landed there. And we left this on purpose with a big 14. Was this the reason? Oh, yes, it was the reason. He can't buy a double all week, he's thinking. So I'm going to hit a big fat 14, leave a 170, and I'm going to smash it in. It's Jared Cole who's looking really good at this start. Surely not. That
shot on the first
is a
leg.
hat-trick
Jericho.
of 170 finishes.
Fallon is flying.
180.
The best may still be to come. A maximum to kick off what she hopes is the last
45.
leg of the night. How about another one? Oh, it bounced off the barrel.
140.
But still she finds 5 out of 6 placed perfectly in the treble 20.
180.
Jenkins shows what he can do too. Just hasn't shown enough of it this evening. Fallon Sherrick has shown plenty, and what a way this could be to end the night.
145.
Well, no 9-darter, but she could finish with a 10. And the performance of the group could be saved for the very last
44. Fallon, you require 36.
It's
Game,
fabulous
shots, and
from
the
Fallon
match.
Sherrick.
Fallon shows.
That is it for Robert Rickwood. Again, those awkward darts covering the bed. Rickwood probably thinks this is going in. You get into that mode where you're expecting
Game,
what
shots,
a dart for
and the
Charlie
match.
Large.
A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180.
Incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180.
it doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
Is this the third time he's done this
57.
week?
Steve, you require 141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Game
Nate
shot on the
Steve
first
West.
leg.
He's promised
Steve
it all
West.
week. And he's the first person not called Conor Heenahan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth. He's not far away from qualification. He's 1 dart away.
Game
And that was
shot
it. We've got our first leg second checkout of the week. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
You've got to remember, all the players watch this, they'll be fully aware of... Oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game shot on the first.
He is bringing these fans to their feet. It's double five. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against.
Your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Bye guys, see you all later.